Okay. We ready to get this show on the road?
Okay, thank you all for coming. I'm gonna get this meeting started. I'm calling it to order. We will begin with the flag salute. Donna, will you lead us? Okay. We will, do we have any changes or additions to the agenda?
We do. Item 9B, adoption of Character Strong Foundations curriculum, is being postponed for our next board meeting.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as written.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries. And with that, takes us into public comment. I will read a little thing before we get started. The board will conduct all board meetings in a civil, orderly, and businesslike manner and recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of involving members of the public in its meetings. In order to permit fair and orderly expression of public comment, visitors may address the board on any topic within the scope of the board's responsibility. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. When called forward, individuals will identify themselves and any affiliation to the school district and proceed to make comments within the time limit. Speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear any complaints concerning specific district personnel. The board does not respond to questions or challenges made during the public comment period and will refer concerns to the appropriate district staff. The board requires the same standard of civility that the board imposes on itself. Thank you. And with that, we will start public comment.
Our first speaker this evening is Michelle Hammond. Okay. Alex Pace.
Is that good? Can everybody hear me? Excuse me. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm going to read from my sheet to help myself out. Good evening. My name is Alex Pache. I'm a Ridgefield parent. My oldest son starts at Union Ridge next year, and he has 2 siblings following shortly behind him. On May 17th, I sent a letter to each of the board members and the superintendent, an evidence-based letter expressing concern about these elementary school changes. I want to thank Dr. Rodriguez for her thoughtful response to that, but I haven't heard back yet from the rest of the board. And so to make that easier, I'm going to provide a copy of the letters along with the supporting references and a 1-page summary as well after my speak. I want to address 3 key points from my letter. First, the AAP just addressed this topic. On May 11th, the American Academy of Pediatrics issued its first recess guidance since 2013, warning schools not to trade recess for instructional time. My letter cited that guidance and 8 additional sources. Second, more seat time does not mean more learning. A 2023 systemic review found recess supports academic achievement with consistent benefits to attention, behavior, and problem-solving skills, and no evidence of academic harm. Third, the cumulative effect of these changes are significant. Art, music, PE are each 15 minutes a week. Recess is cut by 25 minutes. That's 70 minutes a week, 40 hours in a school year. I also want to address 2 points from the district's public comments that I've read. First, how this is being framed. In the reflector, the district emphasized that children also have a right to be readers, writers, mathematicians, and scientists. And I agree with this completely. But the research doesn't support the idea that these goals require reducing recess and enrichment. In fact, recess and movement support attention and executive function in children. This is not a trade-off. Second, there's no defined measure of success for this. The district has said it will monitor and adjust if needed, but no metrics have been defined, no timelines been set, and no criteria explain what would trigger a reversal. So I guess my broader question to the board is, if these same academic goals that we're striving for were met in years past, alongside full recess, PE, enrichment classes, what has changed in the system that now makes these things harder to sustain? If the answer is rising demand on teachers, time, and staffing constraints, then the problem's not recess or enrichment, and reducing them is not going to be the solution. I'm not asking for agreement tonight. I'm asking for you to pause, review the evidence, and invite parents, teachers to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
And I don't mean to be rude, but I have to go to a t-ball practice right now, so I'm going to leave, but I'm not being disrespectful.
Jen Conklin.
Hello, my name is Jen Conklin. I'm a parent in the district. My youngest child will be a 5th grader next year, and if we choose to put him back into Union Ridge, as the schedule stands, and as I understand it, the 5th graders will no longer go to their classroom teacher at the start of the day. They will go straight to their specialist classes. The instruction clock starts right then. The specialist teachers will be required to calm the chaos that the school morning brings. After setting down backpacks and settling into seats, the specialist teachers will then need to take attendance, take a lunch count, listen to morning announcements, which I've heard sometimes doesn't even start right at 9:05. It could start as late as 9:15, 9:20. And then do the Pledge of Allegiance. This can take anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes. My 5th grader will most likely get no more than 30 to 35 minutes of instruction time in some of his favorite classes, the classes that make the rest of school bearable for him. How is this equitable? How is this in the best interest of the kids? I've been told that some of these changes have been made because teachers are feeling stretched thin. I absolutely support our teachers and have spent many hours volunteering in their classrooms to offer that support. But have we truly stopped to ask what is going to be best for the kids? This should be at the very heart of every decision made in the district. The teachers have their teachers union to help protect their best interests. I am here to protect the best interests of my child and other kids in this district. This is literally the only skin I have in this game. Our school board is elected to help protect the interests of the community, parents, caregivers, and children in the district. Oftentimes, the interests of our teachers and students align. When they don't, it's your job to fight for our children's best interest, not the teachers, not the district, the students. This is why we are here. This is why teachers and district leaders have jobs. Is this new schedule change even best for the teachers themselves? When massive changes are made, like the current elementary schedule where new people were hired and beloved teachers were fired, I want data. How are you going to know these changes are successful? What data are you using to make these changes? This is all information that should be readily available and made known to the public. Saying, well, if this doesn't work, we can adjust for that later is a very weak and irresponsible reasoning. The new cell phone policy had the district spending thousands of dollars on yonder pouches. Even if some of that money was from the grant and not district funds, it was still taxpayer funded. How successful have those pouches been? Two things can be true. We have a great policy put forth, but not ideal execution. Let's not make this a pattern. In an email from the company that sells character-strong curriculum, they say, directly from the company, for elementary implementation, classroom teacher-led instruction during the regular school day is an ideal recommendation. The curriculum is designed to live within the classroom community where students have daily, ongoing relationships with their teacher. This allows the language, skills, and practices to be reinforced naturally throughout the week and embedded into everyday classroom routines. SEL is not ideal as a pull-out class, so why are we doing it?
Thank you, Jen. Kylie Collins.
Hello, I'm Kylie Collins. I'm a physical therapist in this community as well as a parent of 2 children at Union Ridge. My daughter is in kindergarten and my son is in 1st grade. And I just want to kind of restate some of the concerns that a lot of us parents here are having, as well as the 670 petition signers as of before I walked in the door. I want to talk about reducing the amount of art, PE, and music specifically. There's a lot of scientific studies, including the National Institute of Health, showing that music, art, PE in the elementary schools provide significant benefits beyond just promotion of creativity. These classes directly impact cognitive, social, emotional, academic development, and collective evidence suggests that these are not only going to promote creativity, but it's crucial for holistic development in children. While I recognize the new schedule will still include these specials, the amount of reduction in frequency per day is a serious concern. Studies show that consistent regular exposure 3 times a week, we're just talking 2 right now, improves academic outcomes, making students more likely to be recognized for academic achievements. Music training enhances auditory, sensory motor processes, studies showing a connection between improved reading ability, verbal memory, and second language pronunciation. Arts education is strongly associated with increased empathy, social engagement, and reduction in disciplinary infractions. Exposure to the arts has been linked to higher scores in reading, math, and language, particularly when integrated into the school curriculum itself. Physical education, regular physical activity, we all know this, especially during recess and with classroom breaks, has been proven to have a positive impact on academic achievement, especially in math. It boosts concentration, focus, on-task classroom behavior. PE promotes physical fitness, lowers the risk of chronic diseases, specifically type 2 diabetes, which since 2018 has increased 5% in children each year. Physical activity also enhances mental health by reducing anxiety and depression. Speaking of the Yonder pouches, the big push was the anxious generation, which talks about the need for physical activity in schools. So by reducing this seems very contradictory to what you guys were trying to push at the beginning of the year. Moving ahead, since I am short on time, I'm just really questioning what the structure of the Foundations of Learning class is supposed to look like. You're talking that it's going to talk about managing emotions, frustrations, working with others, which in your facts and questions piece online, you said that PE already does these things. So why are we reducing PE to add another special where they're sitting in the classroom and not up and actively engaging in these physical activities?
Thank you, Kylie.
Thank you.
Caitlin Scott.
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Scott, and I am a teacher and parent in the district. I'm here tonight in support of both the Foundations for Learning position and the adoption of the Character Strong curriculum. I also want to share that I am one of the Foundations teachers for next year, and I'm genuinely excited and honored to be stepping into this role. I have 13 years of classroom experience teaching students in K-5, and I've seen firsthand how critical social-emotional learning is. And executive functioning skills lead to student success, not just in school, but in life. One quote I love from Franklin Roosevelt is that we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build the youth for our future. And that is the idea at both the heart of this position and this curriculum. As parents and educators, we all want students to succeed academically. That's our #1 goal. Of course, we want them to learn the math, the science, reading, writing, all of the things. But success in life depends on far more than test scores. The world our children are growing up in is changing rapidly. Employers consistently rank communication, teamwork, empathy, perseverance, adaptability, organization, and problem solving amongst the most valuable qualities in their employees. These are not extra skills anymore. These are essential life skills. Many of those skills are tied directly to executive functioning. The ability to regulate emotions, stay organized, manage time, solve problems, and work through challenges. These are the skills that help students become capable adults, supportive friends, reliable coworkers, and productive members of our community. At some point in adulthood, most of us will likely use empathy, perseverance, emotional regulation, hopefully, or conflict resolution far more than we're going to have to find the area of a triangle or to identify the verb in a sentence. Yet historically, we've spent far more time intentionally teaching one more than the other. That's why this matters. The Foundation Specialist position and Character Strong curriculum are investments in the whole child. Neighboring districts have put this into effect and it is working. They create space for students to develop emotional intelligence, resilience, kindness, accountability, and healthy relationship skills in a structured and fun environment. I can assure you it's not a sit and get curriculum. Character Strong is a curriculum that was developed by teachers with the input of parents and students, and they saw a need for it on the front lines of their school, and it has been wildly successful. Honestly, our kids need this now more than ever. They're navigating anxiety, online influences, social pressures, in a world that often feels overwhelming to us as adults. Giving them tools to communicate, regulate, and treat others with respect is not lowering standards, it's preparing them for real life. Strong character and strong academics are not competing priorities. They work together. Students learn best when they feel connected and supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Kim Keist.
I did not prepare a specific speech, so it's probably not going to be quite as elegant as the other speakers, but I echo many of the statements that they made in regards to the change in the schedule in the elementary schools. I feel very strong about the fact that our kids do need to interact with each other. And in the spaces of physical education, music, art, recess, are these spaces in which they do most of their interaction throughout the day. And it really motivates them to continue in being excited about school, being excited about learning, which then affects their ability to learn math, science. I do not downplay in any way the requirements of needing our children to be educated and well educated in math and science and English and writing and reading and the whole package. I think it's extremely important. But I also think that the main thing that motivates elementary school level children to go to school is the interaction with other students. And that interaction primarily takes place in that area that you're greatly reducing time in. And I really think that Character Strong obviously starts in the home and continues throughout the school day and can be incorporated and still be a consistent learning experience by teaching the instructors to ensure that every point of Character Strong is administered. And I understand that they're already got teachers in line to take these special things. I'm not sure our push is going to change anything for the school district because they've already hired the teachers. But I'm still going to come here and advocate for our kids. I am a grandparent raising a child because my son passed away. And she means the world to me. And I'm going to advocate for her. And I just think that her education is better off if she has more time spent at this level interacting with the students. And I have volunteered in the classroom. And during the classroom time, the teachers are very, in order to keep behavior in the classroom, well, they do limit interaction with the other students a great deal because they need to be able to teach the subject matter that they do, and they only have so much time to do it in. So I think that interaction is extremely important. So thank you for your time.
Ryan Philbrook.
My name is Ryan Philbrook, and I'm a parent of several students in the district. I'm here to talk about the recent changes to elementary school scheduling made by the superintendent and principals. This includes a 15-minute-a-week reduction in art, music, and physical education class time, as well as cutting the number of yearly PE and music classes by half. This has been done for the stated purpose of improving math scores and creating extra class periods for science and social emotional learning. First, I'm curious what data you're using that shows our elementary students are in such distress in mathematics. Because according to publicly available data from OPSI and the like, Union and Southridge are both in the green, above 60% in their math scores. That's above the national average. So it doesn't seem to me like the math struggles begin in elementary school. And the irony of cutting half the arts and PE to make way for a social emotional learning class that tells kids how important expressing themselves is not lost on me. I don't think that the policies you're enacting are good for the students or the teachers, but you don't seem to care what your constituents think. The number of dissatisfied community members is growing and is evidenced by the people here. The evidence is also growing that you seem to believe that ignoring the voice of those that you're supposed to serve is a legitimate solution. There have been 3 major petitions and a student-led walkout this school year alone, not to mention 2 newspaper articles in just the past 2 weeks detailing the frustration that we, the people, have with these sweeping proclamations of yours that affect our students and educators. You might not agree with what some of those movements are saying, but you can't ignore the fact that more and more people disagree with what you're doing and are doing everything in their power to get you to listen, only to be met with platitudes and "trust us." But why should we trust you? Your communication with parents in the community has been horrendous and misleading to the point of being purposefully deceptive. Elementary kids need time to explore the arts and PE. They need time to move their bodies and run around. They need time to be kids. For having a doctorate, I'm surprised that you're so intent on ignoring peer-reviewed studies and literature, such as The Anxious Generation, that show that what you're doing is detrimental to students' mental and emotional health. School is not a jail, but it certainly seems like you're doing everything you can to make it feel like one. I am very much considering pulling my students from this district. Thank you.
Jared Holfeldt.
Hi there, I'm Jared Holfeldt, and I have 2 children here in the Ridgefield School District. Seems like some of the other parents have already covered the science pretty well, including documentation and sources, but I'm going to cover something that they didn't cover. This email right here from Character Strong. Number 1. For elementary implementation, classroom teacher-led instruction during the regular school day is an ideal recommendation. The curriculum is designed to live within the classroom community where students have daily, ongoing relationships with their teacher. This allows the language, skills, and practices to be reinforced naturally throughout the week and embedded into everyday classroom routines. So why are we looking at a pull-out class when even Character Strong, when just asked by a regular parent, tells me that that's not optimum, and optimum is built into the regular curriculum. This also puts teachers that are teaching these classes in an awkward position, because how many of those teachers are counselors? How many of those teachers are actually trained and equipped to deal with the can of worms that they might open with children in these classes addressing these sensitive issues? Seems to be another thing that's been overlooked. And I want to quote a teacher, Dave D. in Illinois. I got on and saw what teachers have said about this. And the quote is, "Character Strong has successfully united our staff. There is nothing so universally agreed upon in our school amongst teachers and students as how much everyone hates Character Strong." You know, when teachers are saying that, it makes me want to listen. Now, I have a question. Are your parents internal or external roadblocks to you accomplishing your goals? That is in 7th grade, lesson 4 of this curriculum, and it frames me as a roadblock to my children's success. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the entire anti-family rhetoric that is built into this curriculum, because I did my research. This is not about careers, test scores. This is not about a savior complex. This is about our children and what they are learning. And we have the right to control that, not this board. You are here to help us, not ignore us. Thank you.
Bridget Taylor.
Good evening, Dr. Jenny and members of the board. My name is Bridget Taylor. I gotta move this up. I am here because I believe we are making decisions that may save minutes in the schedule today and fiscal dollars, but cost our students resilience, engagement, creativity, and academic success for tomorrow. I am happy to hear that the minutes have been added back to recess, perhaps. And research shows that the importance of this improving student attention, memory, concentration, classroom behavior, and social emotional development is so important. I want to speak to the value of our art, PE, and music specialists. These educators are not extras. They work directly with classroom teachers to create cross-curricular learning experiences that support reading, writing, science, math, and social studies. Research on arts integration shows students develop deeper understanding when concepts are connected across disciplines, including music, movement, and science integration. Wit and Wisdom serves as our main reading strategies curriculum. The art students observe is wonderful. That comes with each unit, and it is meant to level the playing field for every student, giving all children a shared way to think, imagine, and connect. But it does not replace the strong need for our children to have opportunities to create, problem solve, and express ideas through hands-on learning that they receive in these art and PE and music classes. In music, it isn't just singing. They also are learning rhythmic movement that helps with breathing, coordination, memory, attention, and emotional regulation while reaching learners who may struggle in traditional academic settings. And I understand this because I was one of these children. For many children, music, movement, and art are the doorways into learning, engaging visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and neurodiverse learners in ways standardized instruction often cannot. I understand very much the importance of this because I, too, as I mentioned, was a child that struggled with that. I also want to express concern about the climate that staff sometimes may perceive in advocating for these issues and being shy to speak. Educators who speak up to protect arts, music, and student well-being should not feel fearful of retaliation or forever advocating for their children. If we truly care about student outcomes, then we must protect the very things research consistently shows helps children thrive: recess, outdoor play, movement, art, music, creativity, and most importantly, human connection. Thank you.
We have one final comment that was submitted online, so I will read it here into the record, and I will start the timer on myself to make sure I only go for, I don't think it'll take 3 minutes to read it, but. I wanted to write to thank you for adopting a social emotional learning component in our K-5 elementary schools. I am a retired school psychologist who understands that peer-reviewed research demonstrates that school-wide social emotional curriculum helps to reduce bullying behaviors. It also increases empathy, improves problem solving, enhances emotional control, and fosters a positive school culture for everyone. It's important that we continue to rely on current best practices, science, and research to inform the programs we provide to our children. We need to resist fear and misinformation, which is so rampant on social media platforms. Please retain this critical instructional tool, which is just as important as core academics, music, and art for the healthy development of our public school children. Thank you for all your dedicated support of every child who attends Ridgefield Public Schools. Regards, Michelle Waller, Ridgefield's community member.
All right, so that wraps up our public comment. Thank you for everybody that chose to participate tonight. That moves us to the superintendent's report.
Okay. I'm looking at Danny.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
my
There you
clicker. Can't change the slides. We want to start first by acknowledging a celebration that we all get to share in. And so if you are here with the Southridge Building Leadership Team, would you come on up front? We are excited to honor all of you because you have been recognized by the State Board of Education in the state of Washington for special recognition for being in the top 10% of our state for growth for multiracial students in both language arts and mathematics. So a huge achievement. It's based on your data from last school year. They're always a year behind. So we can't wait to see how you guys have built on that this year. We have a banner for you. Danny's going to get it. And the board's going to troop down here so we can take a photo. And then I have a short video to share as well.
Just wave from behind. You don't have to. It's okay.
You get to take it back for your building. Yes, the giant banner. And don't go anywhere yet. So for all of us to hear just a little bit more about this program, we have a short video we're going to share. And then Principal Tani Malone, this is your heads up if you want to say anything on behalf of the team after the video.
Hello, I'm Mary Furtakis, Chair of the Washington State Board of Education. I'm proud to congratulate your school for being honored through the Washington State School Recognition Program for the 24-25 school year. This recognition honors the hard work, dedication, and commitment happening in your school every day. From students showing up ready to learn, to educators and administrators providing meaningful support and instruction.
Hi, I'm Sherry Condit, and I'm a member of the State Board of Education and a teacher from Woodland High School in ESD 112. This year, schools across ESD 112 demonstrated an incredible commitment to student growth and success. On the screen, we're highlighting all the schools recognized this year, and you'll also see a star next to those who've earned recognition for 2 years in a row. You should be very proud of this accomplishment. Only about 16% of schools are recognized each year. Congratulations, and thank you for the important work that you do every day.
Hi, I'm Abby, and I'm your senior student board member this year, and I wanted to take a moment to congratulate all of the students watching. I know it's not always easy, getting up early, staying focused, and putting in the effort day after day, but your hard work matters, and it played a big role in your school earning this recognition.
Now you may be wondering how you get recognized for this great program. There are 3 ways that you can be recognized. Schools recognized for closing gaps have made significant progress for all students or specific student groups in areas identified for improvement in previous school years. These areas can include English language arts assessment scores, math assessment scores, English learner progress, dual credit completion, or graduation rates. Schools recognized for growth had at least one student group who saw some of the state's largest gains in annual performance on multiple measures. These include attendance, dual credit completion, ELA and math assessment scores, English learner progress, graduation rates, or the percentage of 9th graders who earned all credits they attempted. Finally, schools recognized for achievement are among the top schools in the state for at least 2 of the following areas: attendance, dual credit completion, English language arts assessment scores, math assessment scores, graduation rates, or the percentage of ninth graders who earned all credits they attempted.
Greetings, everyone. State Superintendent Chris Rakedahl. I just want to congratulate all of the schools recognized for their awesome leadership and student achievement. We know math and English language arts aren't the only subjects, but they become really critical foundations to almost all the rest of them. And while this is a federally mandated test system that kind of drives this particular award, it's worth noting how much our districts across the state are improving. So again, I just want to thank every student, every family, and every educator that's leaned into this work of student achievement. We know life is about whole child supports, but the real reason we are here is academic achievement. So thank you very, very much, and keep up the hard work.
Once again, thank you for all the work that you've put in, and congratulations.
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 On this incredible accomplishment.
I'm Tawny Malone, the principal at Southridge Elementary. Thank you for honoring us today. I'm honored to accept on behalf of my staff and the intentionality behind everyday decisions that they're making in the best interest of our students. I'm happy to have Jill Ninehouse in the room as well, who is part of the leadership of this movement, right? This achievement. So just knowing that our teachers are providing opportunities and really honing in on the students that, we've been focused on the students that are making the typical growth each year and expanding that to our populations that we want to make more achievement growth, right? To have that stretch growth. So I'm here to thank our teachers and thank you guys for the time today to celebrate my school.
Okay, and up next we have Paula McQuay, our Executive Director of Business Services, who is providing our monthly financial report.
Well, I'm going to continue that recognition train for just a minute here. And talk about some recognition that our district received at this year's State Fiscal Officers Conference. So I'm going to rewind and give a little bit of a history lesson. Back in 2022, our district was one of the first school districts in the state of Washington to receive the Washington State Auditor's Office Fiscal Stewardship Award. Since that time, there have only been 9 districts, including ours, to receive that award. That award is not one that you can just get by getting clean audits. That award, you have to demonstrate a commitment from the top down to having strong internal controls within your organization, from the board level all the way down to the work that's happening at the ground level. And it took a lot of work on that part of the board, on the part of district management, on the part of the district staff to, and we didn't even know that they had that. They just awarded that to us. But you have to demonstrate a commitment to having good internal controls over how we're using and tracking public money. And for those that don't know, our school district gets a very detailed audit every year on how we spend and use public funds. And the State Auditor's Office recognized every district in the state of Washington at the conference that had received that award. So we're one of 9, we're one of few. 296 districts, and only 9 have ever received that award. So I just wanted to share that with the board, that we were recognized once again.
Thank you for
We were
bringing
one
that.
of the original, though. one of the first. Okay. So we'll get into more of the details of our financial update as we go through the areas, but enrollment, we are up from the prior month a little bit. Some of that is being driven by Wisdom Ridge, which we will see in a minute when we get into the enrollment. Revenues, when we get into our monthly report, our revenues are up from budget, and really the difference is our property tax collections. When we estimate for the cash flow projection, property taxes, we try to estimate how much are we going to collect in April versus May versus June. We have more that we collected in the month of April from the escrow companies submitting to the county treasurer. So April is a little bit higher than our projection. May will likely be a little bit lower. So one month is going to offset the other. On the expense side, if you go through and you look at your detailed check reports that you see in your board packets, in April you would have seen that Chromebook purchase that was $400,000. So that is our distorting item in the month of April when we get into our April expense reports. And there'll be another large tech purchase that was at the beginning of May, which was for our teacher laptops. So May there'll be a couple larger transactions in there too. We're going to see those kind of potpourried throughout now and the end of summer as we get our large curriculum orders and some additional large tech orders for the elementary schools in. The capital fund, though, will be where the K-3 or the elementary school transactions will be for. But in terms of overall, we're still trending. We've not changed our cash position for the year. So looking at our monthly enrollment for the month of May, I talked a little bit about Wisdom Ridge. So those middle two columns are really showing the difference between our brick and mortar enrollment. So we're down from brick and mortar, our head count, by about 32 head count. But you see that our Wisdom Ridge, we're up about 39 for the year. So while we've seen our head count go down, we're seeing our Wisdom Ridge head count increase. And we're actually positive. So our head count for Wisdom Ridge is actually up. And we're right now, for the month of May, we're sitting at about 320, which is the highest we've ever had for Wisdom Ridge. And next year, it sounds like they're projecting even higher in the K, especially in the K-6 compared to what we've seen. So that school is likely to grow significantly next year. And then FTE-wise, as I stated previously, we're up a little bit on the overall FTE. A lot of what's driving that, though, is Wisdom Ridge. And then special ed, let's talk really quick about special ed. Special ed, we are up on an FTE basis, and what's driving that is the preschool for special ed. Special ed enrollment, we always start low because the 3 to 5 enrollment, at the very beginning of the preschool, we don't have hardly any students in the preschool 3 to 5 population. Throughout the year, those kids come in and they get qualified for services. And so the enrollment will start low and then it will increase as students get qualified for the preschool through special ed. And so this month we grew by 12 for those kids that qualified. And then looking at our enrollment trend, this is just looking at the trend for the month of May for the past 5 years. All right, so looking at enrollment, or excuse me, looking at revenue. So again, the month of April, this is the month that we have our big tax collection. So April, you're gonna see that huge blip in revenue. We are up by about $300,000 in terms of property tax collections for the month of April. We are projecting that the month of May now will be down by an offsetting amount for the same reason. I do want to point out May and June, you're seeing that big dip in revenues. That dip is from our drop in apportionment monies from the state. So the state does not fund us equally each month for apportionment. if you were to look at our apportionment funding formula, they dropped that from 9% down to like 5% for those 2 months. And then in July, they jumped back up to 10.5%. So May and June, we're going to be dipping into fund balance because the state funding goes down for those 2 months. And then it does increase a little bit more for August as well to offset. Now looking at expenditures for the month of April, this is both payroll and accounts payable. We are up for the month of April. A big chunk of that, though, is that Chromebook purchase. That's about $400,000. We did have a couple other smaller, larger transactions that hit in April too. The second largest is really contracted services for special education. We do have some hired contracted vendors that are doing services for us that are going to continue between now and the end of the year. So that's going to cause our MSOC costs to be higher between April, May, and June as we have those outside companies performing services for us. So that is those are costs that are going to continue for between now and the end of the year.
Paula, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Was there a different month when you had like budgeted that expense for tech that will then have an offset later, or what month was it going to be
it's
in your
usually,
budget?
we typically don't do the tech purchases historically until July. So July, we should see a drop in the budget expenditures or the actual expenditures because we typically don't pay for those Chromebook orders until the summer. So we're paying them in April because we took advantage of vendor pricing. So we should see the month of July, those expenses go down a little bit.
Thank you.
Now looking at the cash flow projection, you can see that there's a very definitive pattern for the last year and this year. And again, we talked about May and June. As we go into May and June, we're going to be spending our fund balance because our funding from the state goes down significantly. I did want to mention something else. So I talked a little bit about the WASBO conference. I'm going to go back to that for a second. So our district had an opportunity to meet with financial leaders from around the state, and we actually had an opportunity to present on our budget process. I'm going to mention this because we are very fortunate that this is where we're at financially. This is not the norm for school districts right now. You're hearing in the news that school districts around, and there are some in our region right now that are in near binding conditions. Some have had to take out loans to make their payroll. We had an opportunity to present our budget process to the rest of the state and share kind of our story, how we kind of overcame the situation where we started 10 years ago. And also talk about the work that's happened with our district leadership and the board in terms of how we set our policies and procedures, the work that we've done working with our labor unions to get good communication going about where we're at financially, and also talk about the zero-based budgeting process and our staffing formulas. This is not something that, the way we budget is not the way many districts budget in the state. But we had an opportunity to meet and help other districts out there that are struggling financially. And I want to say that I probably sent Jenny, I can't even say, at least 10 different reports that came out recently about districts that are struggling financially right now. We're very fortunate to be in the situation that we are, and a lot of it has to do with the leadership at the board level, because what you do at a policy level drives the rest of what happens at a district at the operations level. So I want to give you as a board kudos for the work that you've done to set good policy for us that we can keep the ship running. So kudos to you as a board. And I gave you kudos at the conference, by the way. I will go on. Okay, so payroll. Payroll, we did increase just a little bit from the prior month. In April, we pay a couple new stipends for the play, and then we did have some postseason pay that happens when we have 1 million teams go to state. So otherwise, payroll for April was pretty normal. And then getting to the non-payroll costs, we talked about the Chromebook purchase. That is our big distorting item for the month of April. All right. And then lastly, I just wanted to finish up with the capital fund. So last month we did you got a very detailed presentation about where the new elementary school project was, all of the very detailed review of the change orders, and got a quick budget update. I'm not going to go through all that again, but I wanted to give you an update on where we're at with the funding for that school, so you know where the revenues are, and at least an update on the fund balance. We've received our first installment of the revenues from the new capital levy. We've collected about $3.2 million so far. All of that is going to the new elementary school and has been obligated to that new elementary school to wrap up that project. We've received our first $10,000 of state school assistance money. I know. So I'm going to give you a quick and dirty of how that money comes in. You literally have to spend every category and every dollar before you get $1 from your state reimbursement. And I've submitted our fourth reimbursement, and we should now get, the next reimbursement should be, I'm hoping, over $1 million, I'm hoping. So I think we should now start to get some meat on those reimbursements. And then we have collected about $2.9 million in impact fees, all of which, by the way, have been obligated to finish up this new school. We'll probably get between now and the end of the school year, maybe about $300,000 more in impact fees. It really depends on what new developments that are currently going, what permits they're issuing, but I would imagine we're probably going to see about $300,000 more in impact fee revenues. There tends to be more activity between now and July, so. But right now, as of April, the ending fund balance available was about $16.4 million, which has been obligated, as I mentioned, to finalize that elementary school. That was a lot of information. Any questions on that? All right. I am done.
Thank you, Paula.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Executive Director McCoy. Helpful as always, just to get a quick look at where we are at. So, and very exciting to hear about the Fiscal Stewardship Award. That is huge news. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, moving into our next piece, capital projects update. So here is a current picture of Sunset Ridge Elementary. A couple of things to point out that are different from 2 weeks ago. There's rooftop HVAC units going in, so you can see those on the top of the building. You can also, if you look like to the lower right corner, you'll see some curbing. That's because they are doing all the curbing for the parking lot. So there's actually a whole bunch more curbing, but you just can't see it from this view. And then we also have had playground equipment delivered, and they are beginning installation this week. So there's a couple of pictures on the left-hand side, slides and all kinds of things that are coming. In that lower left picture, you can see the covered play area has already been installed. And then where you're seeing that cement is actually going to be underneath of the foam tiles, for lack of a better word to describe that, that go underneath all of the play equipment. It has an 8-foot fall safety rating, so we're being really intentional with that. And again, it will be a nice even flat surface, so even students who have mobility challenges will be able to access all of the play equipment. So we're very excited about that. On the right hand, I haven't shared pictures of the inside of the building, but I thought you'd like to see just a few of those. You can see on the top right, that's a classroom. So this is a fairly typical setup. You can see where the doorway is. It has the kind of window lights on the side of that and the overhead. And then you can see the two main colors. So one of our cost-saving measures was no more custom colors. So we picked out an orange and a blue that are standard. And that top orange is actually called Copper Penny. So very soon we'll have to teach kids what a penny was because they're going away. And you can see the cabinetry there. So lots of great storage for all the materials that our teachers have. The one at the bottom, you can see the blue that's also in different parts of the building. And you can see the steel reinforced doorways. So again, from a safety perspective, the window lights on the side of the door are actually frosted. So they do provide kind of a different view so that you can't just see into the classroom. So in the event of emergencies and such, it's not up to the teacher to have to run over and pull a shade. It's already covered basically. Lots of natural light, as you can see, kind of coming in from the windows, the exterior windows into that space. So it is definitely coming along and very exciting to see those. I'm going to shift gears and talk a little bit about strategic planning update. We had our reconvening of the strategic plan work group last week, just to kind of walk us through, again, just the process that we've been through. We've been working on this in earnest for over a year. Data collected qualitative and quantitatively last school year, coming in new to the district through lots of different avenues. We did our launch sessions last spring. We had 4 identical sessions, invited anyone who'd like to come, staff, students, families, and community members. We had 100 participants total over the 4 sessions that participated to get us started with this work. We did put out a survey again to everyone in our community in the fall. We had 126 respondents to that. We put the call out and had folks who volunteered to serve on a work group. This was a more dedicated, in-depth commitment for folks, so a big thank you to them. We had 75 participants, included staff from our high school, students from our high school, staff from every level, families, parents, community members. We even had some folks representing other organizations, including, like, for example, the city of Ridgefield with Councilwoman Megan Hamilton. And that group worked through all kinds of things, including collecting 210 empathy interviews out in our community. That was done in November. As that group finished up all of that data, they really walked away with a completed mission statement, vision statement, potentially 4 core values. We did a lot of work to narrow that down, and some draft goals that were very drafty at that point. At which point I went on my roadshow tour, like I have done for other topics, and so went to and attended staff meetings at every campus to walk through that work and gather feedback. That happened in January. We had a board retreat to take a look at where the plan was at that point and fine-tune it some more with the board's feedback. Development then moved on to metrics. That was really done in partnership with our building principals and assistant principals. And then we reconvened the team last week to kind of share where we were at in this process since we all last met in December. And we are getting very close to bringing a final plan to the board for adoption. So just wanted to refresh everyone's memory on where we've been with this process and how people have been involved throughout. This is just another graphic for you, but you can see again with the timeline, we're getting close to the end of this long process. I did want to share the goals we have previously shared at board meetings, the mission statement, the vision statement, and I am going to talk more about the core values, but we have not shared out the goals and where they stand yet in a public board meeting, so I wanted to share these with you. They will look familiar to the board. Most of you were able to participate in our series of workshops, as well as, of course, board retreats. But goal number 1 around trust, transparency, and voice, establishing and maintaining a unified intentional communication that prioritizes honesty, provides the why behind decisions, and utilizes consistent platforms to build long-term community trust and elevate stakeholder voice. Goal number 2 is really about instruction, modern, flexible, and relevant instruction, increasing student engagement by integrating future-ready skills and real-world context into the curriculum, ensuring instruction is responsive to the evolving needs of students and the workforce. Goal number 3 is all about equity and access. It's equitable access and inclusive climate, establishing a district-wide standard for inclusion by developing common language, using data-driven tools to identify and close opportunity gaps for all student populations, and that is not just as a whole, but as subgroups as well. Goal number 4, really kind of focused more on the community, so strengthening district-wide unity by creating structured opportunities for families to connect with schools, ensuring communication, including attachments and digital platforms, are accessible. That's really around a partnership goal. And goal number 5, which I think of as our goal as a governance team for the board and the superintendent, is really around sustainable growth and resource alignment, ensuring organizational stability by aligning our financial resources with student outcomes and developing a long-term data-driven capital facilities plan to support equitable learning environments. As the board knows, that is kind of the big project on the horizon that we'll be working on throughout next year. As I mentioned, I wanted to talk a little bit more about core values and just do a little bit of a close-up look on where we've been with this. So just to recap, when we did the launch sessions over a year ago, we started with 70 potential core values that were suggested and shared by participants. And we were able, through the survey data, we took kind of the 12 highest priority, most often selected ones, did that out to the community through the survey. We're able to narrow it down. It then went to the work group. It got further narrowed down. And then from feedback with the board, we went from a final 4 to a final 3 and workshopped those, as I said, through staff meetings at every campus. One of the things that our work group did this winter was really brainstorm visible behaviors tied to those values. So it's important for the system that we understand not just what the core value is, but what that looks like within the scope of our role, in a way that we can make sure that we're in alignment with our actions, in alignment with those core values. So based on that, we landed finally with 5 staff commitments for each core value of integrity, kindness, and collaboration. And in our session last week, knowing that all of that previous work really did lend itself to a description of behavior for staff, we took the opportunity to talk about, and the team brainstormed visible behaviors and commitments for students, for families, and for community members. And in that process, I would want folks to know that students came up with the student behaviors, families came up with the family behaviors, and community members came up with the community behaviors. So they worked really hard in a very short amount of time to come up with those. So I wanted to share those back with you. And for those of you that have taught middle school or high school, you can read all the comments because we know how to read all the crazy handwriting. But the dots there are priority dots. And so participants were able to notate which ones they felt were most important. So the ones that are listed in the table are rank ordered. So the first item listed is the one that had the most individuals who said this is a top priority for this. So these are all the parent-guardian commitments, and you can see here we had really 4 that floated to the top under integrity, 4 under kindness, and 5 under collaboration. This is something I would really love to have some additional feedback from the board around. So you'll have the slides, and as we have our next set of one-on-one meetings, it would be helpful to know anything in this that you feel like should be combined, or items that are maybe not resonating with you as the board. We also had community member commitments. So again, you can see the draft here. In this case, we had 5 that really floated to the top. It had to be more than just a one-off. So if no one selected it as a priority, or only one person then we consider those to really be more of a unique perspective, and didn't include that in that final list. So again, the top bullet is the one that had the most priority dots, and then working down from there. And then last but not least, we had commitment drafts from our students. As you know, we've had students be a part of this process since the beginning. In the interim between our work this fall and then our reconvening, we have had a fairly active Superintendent Student Advisory Council at the high school level, and they've been working on a number of things. So spring is always a really difficult time to get people here. There's lots going on for students as well. So we didn't have as many at this last session. So the ask from our students, which we're happy to support, was that these would go back to that Student Advisory Council for further vetting before we finalize. So didn't type those because of that. And I wanted to pause before I go on to the next topic if there is any questions or further feedback about the strategic planning process so far.
I just comment that I appreciate that you put the slides in that had everybody's words instead of sometimes the summaries that are typed for me just are hard to see. I like the visual of seeing the dots and seeing everybody's like handwriting. That helps me process. So thank you for adding that in.
I kind of reflecting on the last strategic planning session that we had, and the commitments idea. I'm just curious if, I know we looked at a lot of strategic planning models. Do other models that we've looked at, did they also have kind of family and community and student commitments as part of that? One question that I have, I think, is, I believe strongly in taking care of our side of the street as an institution, and I would love to say, like, let's all do these things. But I do wonder about if other districts have had success with like framing commitments on a community level. I'm just curious about that, because sometimes that feels hard to do, which doesn't mean we shouldn't try to do hard things. But I'm just curious about the scope and what is ours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could certainly go back and get you some data on that from the ones that we've previously taken a look at. You'll recall that ours is probably most closely patterned on the Bellevue model, which is different than many of them, which heavily just honestly focus on state testing data and are a little bit less holistic in approach. But that would be something I would like direction from the board around is, do you want those commitments or ideas for other groups outside of staff as a part of the plan or not? Certainly that is something that the board needs to provide direction around.
I mean, it's part of the trifecta, right? Like you got parents and then you have students and then you have the community. And the community has to be involved in our strategic plan just as much as anybody else, especially if they're gonna be a voice at the table, they have to know the strategic plan and be in line that they, or not in line with it, but they have to know where us as a district stands. I feel if, we're gonna work as the trifecta, which I want to work as that. So I think it's important to have a community part of that, so there's buy-in, and they can be part of the movement. So that's my personal opinion on that.
I think it's something for the board to consider too. Is it a part of the plan? Is it here's how you can support us and help us model this for the students in our community? Or is it just something we don't want to put into that plan? So I think there's a continuum there for you all to consider. Ready to move on?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, moving on. I wanted to take a little bit of time tonight because this is a piece that we've not done a lot since I've been here, which is around curriculum adoption. And so I wanted to just kind of walk the board through some pieces so that you feel confident as we move into the action portion of our agenda. You will be familiar, but I wanted to make sure that the community also had access to our curriculum review cycle. This is something we started working on last spring and revised this fall. And you can see here really a 6-year cycle by content area. And when we looked at when items had been previously reviewed, adopted, purchased, it was a little all over the map. And so you can see this year we did a lot of like just trying to catch things up or extending so that we could get everything into a timeline that was going to be feasible, not just for staff capacity to review, but also to implement when something new comes on board, and also that we have financial capacity. It would be lovely if we could get all new things every year, but that is not reality. Typically, you will find curriculum review cycles in most districts are going to be in a 5 to 7 year range. It is one of the things that often just gets cut when financial times are tight. And so then you will see things be even older and potentially out of date. So this is just demonstrating or showing for you what the current cycle is, beginning with this year as sort of our year one. We treated last year as sort of year zero, just trying to collect where everything was at. And so you can see a number of items where we've done extensions to try and get onto a reasonable cycle, and then a few things that we are moving forward with adoptions this year. You'll see in the upper left-hand corner, it says cycle 1. That's because we've mapped it out for 12 years. So this is cycle 2. And just visually, I think you can see that this becomes more predictable, more manageable across the system, and financially as well, in trying to really consider content areas from a preschool through 12th grade lens. Because there can be a lot of value in having folks at the table to do that review, preschool through 12th grade in any given content area, so that we can be mindful of how things spiral and grow over time for students, and collectively better understand the standards and how they look in practice. So it's going to be, again, kind of a messy 6 years to get us sort of on track, and then things will hopefully be on a positive cycle for us. You will see at the end there is this extra year, and that's because knowing the financial situation for public education in the state of Washington right now is pretty tenuous, and so we wanted to build in a little bit of a buffer in case there came a point in which we needed to bump things for a year without throwing everything completely off of cycle. So the first one is pretty straightforward. So I wanted to share with you just the background. Policy 2020 and 2020P, those are previously adopted, again, for the benefit of the community or those watching online. All of our policies are publicly available on our district website. Anyone can access them. When you see the just the number, that is board policy. When you see the number with the letter P after it, that is the procedure. The board is responsible for adopting policy. The district is responsible for developing the procedures. They tend to be more descriptive. They tend to be more managerial and have all the parts and pieces in the procedure. So policy 2020 and 2020P outline the review and adoption process. High school physical science was scheduled for a review this school year, and the materials that we have been using, they were adopted in 2019, and they were used for the first time in 2019-2020, which was pre-COVID. Committee review, we have a process that we go through. The first thing we often look at is like, how is the current materials working, and are they even still available? And in this case, they're not. They're no longer in print, what we've currently been using. There is no extension. So then that just eliminates the potential for just renewing that material. We have currently 4 high school teachers at Ridgefield High School that teach the physical science course. This is typically a ninth grade class. All 4 of them agreed to be on that committee. They reviewed materials from multiple publishers, and those are listed there. When they're reviewing, they're really looking for alignment to our state standards. They're taking a look and thinking about student engagement. They're thinking about the materials that would be necessary to implement it well. And they also were required to look at the OSPI Washington Screener for Biased Content. After going through all of that, the committee recommended the purchase of SAVAS, Physical Science Concepts in Action, and they recommended this for adoption for core materials for the high school physical science course. Once the committee has made a recommendation, that recommendation is then sent to what is known as our IMC, or Instructional Materials Committee. This is a committee that has individuals who have been appointed to it. They serve a number of years. We didn't make new appointments this year. We maintain the committee. Next year, we're going to need to appoint some additional members for that. They review the committee recommendation, the bias screener, and verify that we have followed our policy and procedure that's in place in our district. At the same time, we also publicize to staff, families in the community what the recommendation is. It becomes available for community review and feedback. That was publicized for 2 weeks in our family community newsletter. We had, and we basically say, contact us and we'll give you the login and the access, and they can see all the things. We get basically a demo account so they can get in and see as much or as little as they'd like to review. We had 7 different folks request to review the materials. Of those 7, we only received 2 feedback surveys. One of those was from a staff member, not a high school staff member, but a science middle school staff member who they kind of rated on a 1 to 5 scale. So they were negative, but not super negative about it. We also received one from a parent who was mostly positive about it. So kind of divided there. Once they review all of that, then the IMC makes a recommendation. In this case, they did approve the committee recommendation, and then it comes to you as a board for approval. And your task, of course, is also to make sure we're complying with our policy and procedure. And so this will be on the action item list this evening. So we'll come back to that one. Any questions on that one before I move to the next?
I have one question. What kinds, or who is on the instructional materials committee, like types of individuals, like, and how do you find them? And if someone was interested in being a part of that, like, how would they apply to be a part of that?
Mm-hmm. It includes administrators, staff, and parents. And I can certainly get you the list of who's currently on that, Director Ronstadt. And then when we are going to add more people, then we do publicize for that. There are some rules about how many people and how many of each, like staff versus parent representatives on that team.
If my math is right, is 4 RHS physical science teachers make up 4 of the 7 who reviewed the materials? Is that
no,
fair?
That's not correct.
Can you clarify that then?
Sure. So when we publicize to everyone, hey, we are going to probably adopt this curriculum. So when we put that out and said, we're planning, this is the recommendation to adopt SAVAS for high school physical science. It is open to anyone in the community, staff, parents, community members, to get access to all of the materials to review it. So 7 people reached out and said, I'd like to review it. Of those 7, only 2 actually completed the feedback form. It would be unlikely to be those 4 because they already had access. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. The other one, and while we are delaying the vote, I did want to share information on this tonight as well, because there's a lot, and this way the board has opportunity to digest, hopefully, all of the information before it comes for a vote. But the other is for PK, pre-kindergarten or preschool through 12th grade foundations for learning. It is a social emotional learning curriculum. Again, policy 2020 and 2020P explains the review and adoption process. To give you some history, previously, kindergarten through 8th grade, our SEL materials were second step. They were adopted in 2016-2017 school year. They were renewed again in the 23-24 school year. We had not previously adopted pre-kindergarten or high school materials for the state required social emotional learning standards. In this one, we actually started with a pilot, really on the recommendation of View Ridge Middle School leadership. I'm looking for Ian, who's right there. Principal Mansfield was a front runner with his building leadership team, and they were looking for solutions to this. Second Steps was not well liked by staff or students, and they took a look last year and spent some time investigating and researching, and came to myself, to the cabinet, to say we want to pilot this next year. And I said, hold on, let's see what else is happening here. So based on interest, we put out a survey last spring, trying to gauge if there was further interest, what the priority was, particularly for the elementary. Did they want to move forward on math, which is what was originally on the schedule for this year for adoption? Did they want to move forward with science? Did they want to move forward with social emotional learning? There was high interest from the staff to pilot Character Strong and try something different than Second Step. And based on that, we went ahead and said, let's pilot across the entire district. So we were able to work with them for pilot access and had an opportunity this entire year for staff and students to experience that. We collected feedback throughout the year from our building leaders, our principals, also through labor management meetings with Ridgefield Education Association, and we also did an all-certificated staff survey in April. So certificated as teachers, counselors, all of those folks. We've had additional training throughout the year with principals and at our counselors PLT directly with Character Strong trainers, so I think that's been helpful. As we learn more, we're figuring out some ways that we can refine how things are being implemented. And then based on that all-staff survey, we said, okay, we're going to move forward with the committee review process. So before I talk about the committee review, I wanted to share with you some of that staff survey data. So this is that staff survey that went out last month. We had 205 individuals who responded, and you can see here just percentage-wise, so you could do the math, but you could see we have people representing really every campus, every site within our school district. We also asked, what is your role in the building? So you can see over half of these were grade level at the elementary or content area teachers at the middle and high school. We had 20% that identified as other general education teachers, specialists, interventionists, and coaches. About 20% that identified as special education staff, and that could be in a variety of roles from a resource teacher to a self-contained teacher to a speech-language pathologist or school psychologist. We had some counselors, I think one administrator, and just a handful of classified staff that completed that survey. One of the questions we typically start with is just a level of satisfaction. And so this was a 4-point Likert type scale item. So how would you rate your satisfaction with Character Strong as an SEL or Foundations of Learning curriculum? You can see we had a little over 10% that said it exceeded, over 40 that said met, about 30% that said met some, and just shy of 16% that said this didn't meet my expectations. We also asked some questions about how often are you teaching it, how long are you spending on the lessons, where is this happening in the day for students. So this first one is around frequency. So you can see about a quarter we're doing it at least twice per week. Over a third often, at least once per week. 12% sometimes, so that would be less than once a week. A very small percentage of rarely, once a month or less. And then you can see about 23% of the respondents basically said this doesn't apply to me. So that could have been like a school psychologist, a speech language pathologist, an instructional coach, people who were not delivering these lessons. directly to students. This is the one around timing. So you can see for 10%, just over 10%, folks were spending 15 minutes or less to deliver that lesson. About a third, 15 to 30, just over 20%, 30 to 45, a smaller percentage, more than 45 minutes. And again, that same about a quarter that said this isn't something that I'm directly delivering. And here you can see where they're being delivered, but most often in the homeroom or grade level classroom. In some cases during intervention time, as you know, we've got Heron time at View Ridge. We have sped time at the high school. We also have advisory, which is really referred to as tater time at the high school. And then again, you can see a chunk of people who said not applicable. We asked some questions really about the lessons and the materials. So this one is, are they aligned to the Washington State Social Emotional Learning Standards? I think what I really want to point out is that almost half of the respondents said I'm not familiar enough with those standards to determine whether this is aligned or not. So it's an area, I think, for staff development and getting clarity in what those standards even are asking our students to become proficient at. You can see that we had 18.5% said solidly aligned, over a quarter said mostly aligned, and another 6.8% that said somewhat aligned. A very small sliver there, the green, that says it's not aligned to the state standards. This was a series of questions asking staff to rate character strong on specific items. The first one is around lessons are easy to understand and implement. I'm not going to go through all of these, but they are in the slide deck. And for folks who want to get a closer look, this is part of our board packet and is available also online that anyone can access. Really what you're looking for here, the blues are strongly agree, the reds are agree. The yellow is disagree, the green is strongly disagree, purple is when they marked like basically NA. We often do a 4-point scale with an NI option because, to be frank, I want to force people to land on one side of the fence or the other. It's very easy to just say and be neutral all the time. So really we're trying to look at, are you in agreement or are you in disagreement around that? So you can kind of see how this breaks down. We asked about the developmental appropriateness. We asked about observation of student behaviors both in the lesson and outside the lesson, but in school, student engagement. So you can kind of see where everything landed there. I know there was some curiosity about the survey data by grade band and level. So we went back and parsed out all of that survey data to separate out responses from Ridgefield High School, View Ridge Middle School, and then pre-K 6, which would include the ELC, Union Ridge, South Ridge, and Sunset Ridge. I did not include the responses from Wisdom Ridge Academy in this. I think that was probably not what people were wondering about. So you can see here the responses are listed at the bottom. So I'll just start with the one on the left. Staff level of satisfaction with character strong curriculum. These are the exact same items that we just looked at, just broken out by level. So same questions, same prompt, same scoring, same continuum. So staff level of satisfaction, the item number 1 is a 1 did not meet expectations, a 2 is met some, 3 is mostly met, and 4 is exceeded. So for example, you can see in there for exceeded, we have some at pre-K 6 and also some at View Ridge Middle School, which is 7th and 8th, that were exceeded. By far the highest number for everybody was mostly met. You can see that for the high school, that's a smaller percentage, and then it increases as you look at met some and did not meet. The second one is around the alignment question. And again, just pointing out like a large number of our staff are not familiar enough with those standards to really determine alignment. The third one, lessons are easy to understand and implement. So you can see that one did a little bit better there, looking across there at the agree and strongly agree. And then the last one on the right there is lesson materials are organized and easy to access. These questions were really more about the teacher experience. The other set is, I think, generally more about the student experience. So this one talks about the developmental appropriateness, and you'll see again that same trend with a higher degree of positive responses from pre-K 6 as well as our middle school. The second one is around facilitation, and then I think more importantly is really looking at the student behaviors coming out of those lessons, and student engagement, which is the next to the last, and then students' ability to apply it across school settings. I also wanted to share with you the qualitative data, as we've talked about previously when we have been looking at our strategic planning, and also when you've heard from our buildings around their school improvement plans. Numbers tell part of the story, but not all of the story. One of the questions that we asked everyone was, if we continue with this curriculum next school year, what additional supports would you need so that you can implement it with integrity? And you can see here the number of participants by level. That's really based on the number of staff at each of those grade levels. And then theme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just like in some of the other items, it's rank ordered for you. So the most number of comments that fit in a theme, that's under theme 1, and then it decreases from there. I didn't include anything that had 2 or fewer people, because again, I think that's a more of an anomaly perspective. So you can see here at the elementary, some comments around student accountability, grading, behavioral management, scheduling. The third highest was around just positive feedback, some critiques about student buy-in, and some requests around specific peer support and what I would say is tier 2 and tier 3 intervention types of materials. At the middle school, the most frequently asked thing was about the elementary specialist model, so it wasn't actually about the implementation at the middle school. Again, a request for additional resources, access, I think, to tier 2, tier 3 materials. There was a fair amount of positive feedback. Again, I think our middle school is further ahead in this work and this process because they were really the front runners in looking to move forward with this. Again, a demand for tier 2, tier 3 and SPED intervention, and again, some critiques around age appropriateness and engagement. And then finally, at the high school level, the student engagement and buy-in was the number most often cited in the comments. Prep time, desire for flexibility, a need for training, and that bottom one, it's outlier, and I can't remember what the other word is under there, but something perspective. So it was kind of all the one-offs. There was a handful of sort of one-off comments, including some positives. So that gives you a sense of the open-ended response. Of course, not everyone chooses to reply to the open-ended response, so there was also a high number of, none, nothing, NA, et cetera, kinds of responses to that. I did want to share just a little bit for the board and for folks who are not familiar with the materials, what's included. So preschool through 12th grade, the foundations, when we talk about tier 1, we're talking about all students. So what is the materials that all students are having access to, are learning about? So on the left, it's just really a lot about safety, student safety. So you can see, and it's probably pretty small for some of you, but there are lessons on bullying prevention. There's lessons on harassment and intimidation, personal safety and abuse prevention in alignment to Aaron's Law, mental health and suicide prevention, and substance abuse prevention. It is a program that is used in all 50 states in our country. It's used in 47 countries. Over 9.9 million students are currently utilizing this or having access to this model. And over almost 500,000, so 400,000 educators trained. It is a proactive approach to bullying prevention and really helping students to build and utilize tools for kindness, safety, and respect. And then I did want to include, because I know there's been some questions about the high school, but there is a whole component of it that is around future readiness and really preparing students for life beyond graduation. And so there's some extra components really designed for advisory, CTE, or even in certain core classes to really support soft skills for students.
Can I ask a quick question on that? Was that part of our pilot, or just that exists within the curriculum?
We really were focused on piloting Tier 1 because we felt that was enough of a lift for everyone to get started with. Some folks are dipping their toe into Tier 2 and Tier 3, but I do not believe that was part of the pilot at the high school.
So the future ready focus at the high school age band is Tier 2 and Tier 3 material that...
It's just a supplemental.
It's a supplemental piece, so that wasn't part of what we were trying out this year necessarily.
I would refer you to Principal Tortora if he's here.
He happens to be here.
He's like, yeah, yes, could you?
Thank you.
Okay. Also, again, just because I know high school seems to be where many of the concerns are coming from related to Character Strong, I thought it would be helpful for all of us to just learn a little brief bit more about the high school curriculum specifically. But you can find information like this about the elementary and middle school curriculum, again, online at their website.
Welcome. My name is Brandon, and I'm the Director of Secondary Education here at Character Strong, and I'm going to give you a really quick tour around our high school social-emotional learning curriculum. As a former high school teacher and school principal, I know that educators and counselors do not have the time to create and prep individual lessons for every grade level, which is why the lessons are designed to be plug and play. I also know that challenging behavior, struggling attendance, and student well-being are real problems educators face on a daily basis. The research shows that implementing Character Strong with fidelity can increase well-being, a sense of belonging, and student engagement. The curriculum is vertically aligned K through 12th grade, and students will never repeat a lesson. Because the lessons were designed by a team of over 25 educators along with the Student Advisory Board, you'll find the lessons are actually engaging and relevant to today's students and require very little prep before having to deliver the lessons. We know that in high school there's a lot to cover when it comes to post-high school readiness, which is why we've created multiple lesson combinations to serve a school that might have time for 25 lessons in a year, but also a pathway for schools that can only do 15 lessons. Each lesson begins with a connection game. These are moments that allow students to learn more about each other, see similarities, and build relationships with their peers and educators. Even though they might see this as just a game, it goes much deeper than that. As students learn each other's names and connect, they discover that they might have more in common with one another than they first realized. It also provides an engaging way to kick off the lessons. The content portion of each lesson focuses on bringing forward videos, dialogue, and experiential learning with student voice at its center. It's where we teach the skills that help support outcomes of well-being, belonging, and engagement. Along with the connection games and lesson content, each lesson has a core focus centering on life readiness skills and then wraps up with the To-Be challenge. These challenges provide specific ways for students to prioritize not just their to-do list each day, but also a really specific way to focus on who they want to be as humans. Some weeks this might be focusing on being more patient, kind, respectful. Research shows that by spending even a few minutes each week, allowing students to connect with one another, learn critical life skills like problem solving and goal setting, and then fundamental outcomes like increasing belonging, well-being, engagement, will create post-secondary readiness and overall life satisfaction for our students. If you want to learn more about what these lessons look like, download some samples, book a call. We look forward to talking with you very soon.
So just a quick snapshot of the high school curriculum. As I have kind of mentioned, really the focus for the pilot was around Tier 1. In any implementation, that is typically where we begin as Tier 1. It is the foundational, it is tied to the grade level expectations, the standards, the skills, the behaviors, and the knowledge. And then as we as staff get stronger at it, we can then move to implementing Tier 2 and Tier 3. This is a part of response to intervention or multi-tiered systems of support that you've heard about many times from our principals when they have come to talk about their school improvement plans. Tier 2 is really focused on groups, small groups, One of the ones that they provide materials for is around support for attendance. And I know this has been a topic we've been having since I arrived almost 2 years ago. And so I think helpful to have some additional resources in that area. Tier 3 is really around individual support. So you can kind of see the picture there with an adult and a student. We have at the high school 4 full-time counselors. We also have a student advocate who works with students who are most at risk of not graduating or finishing their education. And that actually provides 4 interventions specifically to address anxiety, depression, executive functioning, and trauma with really individualized materials for students who need that Tier 3. Tier 3 doesn't replace Tier 2 or Tier 1. One of the ways I like to think about that is like coats of paint. Everybody gets painted with Tier 1. Some kids, they rust in the rain, so they need the Tier 2 paint. And then a very small group of kids, they just need that 3rd coat of paint. So they don't eliminate, they just get more on top. He mentioned it in the video, but I thought it was worth just pointing out again, because we've been working a lot this year around student voice, that the high school curriculum specifically was built in collaboration with high school students. Character Strong has a 30-student high school advisory board that helps them to review the lessons, the modules, the scope and sequence, to get really direct from students what's going to be more engaging or less engaging for them. So to come back to where we started around the review, the committee review, 26-27 school year. So these are the folks that have been hired for next year to be foundation specialists, really served on the committee. This is a little bit different because we piloted preschool through 12th grade. So we had literally hundreds of staff that had the opportunity to pilot and provide feedback on the materials. And so we brought in the foundation specialists to do the further review, knowing that we had all of that survey data across the board. They did take a look at second step, despite we had plenty of feedback last year that was not the direction that staff or students wanted to go. They also took a look at Sanford Harmony and at Character Strong. Again, it's the same process that we talked about with 9th grade physical science. It's really about, does it align to our state standards? They also reviewed the not just Tier 1, but Tier 2 and 3 and intervention materials. So there is substantially more to the program that was not part of the official pilot. The board's job is really to adopt the Tier 1, the core materials. When we talk about Tier 2, Tier 3, those are what we would call intervention, supplemental, and those are typically selected by the district, but I thought it was important for you to have the full picture. Committee also completed the OSPI required Washington screening for biased content, and the team recommended the adoption of both core and intervention. Just like with the physical science, it then was sent to the IMC, the Instructional Materials Committee. They review the recommendation, the bias screener data, and alignment to our policy and procedure. We also publicized for 2 weeks for community review and for feedback. So it again was pushed out on our weekly newsletters, our family newsletters, our website, etc. So folks could request access and get an actual login so they could see not just what's available on the public website with Character Strong, but they could actually go in and read every lesson if they wanted to. We had 9 individuals who requested to have access. Again, only 2 submitted feedback. In this case, I believe both were from parents. One, again, was more positive and one was more negative. So based on that, the IMC approved the committee's recommendation, and so we have brought it forward to submit it to you as the board for approval. I'm not going to go over this, but I did just link it in the slides, so if folks were interested and wanted to learn more, this is the one-pager from the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction for the state of Washington around the social emotional learning standards. And if you access this online, if you click this, it'll take you actually to the fuller document. So there's a lot more detail, but this at least gives you an overview. So with that, I'm going to pause again before I go to the next topic.
With our postponed vote, would community members have the opportunity to request login and review curriculum?
I
in the
believe we still
interim?
have access, and so all they need to do is contact Heidi Smith, and she can provide them a login to the demo site.
Well, this is the hot topic. So I'm going to start with just kind of how I got here, and that helped with how we got here. At the beginning, I didn't know what SEL was. Then when I kind of found out what it was, I didn't like it. And then I thought it was more of where if a kid got in trouble, they got pulled out of a room and they kind of got talked to and figured out how to not do that anymore and then go back to their room. So then as we started thinking about getting this into the high school and being more deliberate with it, I was sitting in some meetings that were through CTE, and it was community business owners, and we were asking what's the most important thing to send to for a kid that graduates Ridgefield to go into the workforce, and they basically said soft skills more important than anything else. More important than even being able to fill out the resume, it was more important that they could communicate once they were at work. So that's where it kind of started resonating with me, and it does. I think we're trying to establish a through line, and it has to begin the process of these kids learning the process. Expectation starts in kindergarten and it follows all the way through 12th grade, or it's not going to be successful if we start in kindergarten and end in 8th grade and say high school you got it figured out. That's kind of the most critical time frame that they need it. But if we don't implement it at the beginning stage and they come into high school, we haven't caught them in those informative years. So that's where I came into it. Didn't understand it, didn't like it, kind of on the fence about it, and now I'm all in on it. So that's where I'm at. Guess we're moving on.
I was preparing to speak during board communication. I'll save it for that for now.
I think my questions are more logistic than, than wanting us to move forward with something that was gonna work for our schools. I'm with Brett and feeling like if there's so much effort and energy as an institution to prepare our students for what's next, and so that they can be successful in whatever path they are choosing. I agree that all we are hearing is how important communication and ability to be organized, advocate for yourself, communicate with people, whether you experience each other as similar or different. All that stuff feels really relevant for success, both in school and then after. I think there's a lot of probably fear around what it is because it's unknown. So I hope people will take the opportunity to look at materials. If you are a parent, talk to your kids because they've done some of this year. I always talk about my sample size of 1. But my sample size of 1 thinks it's great compared to what it was. I'm sure there are other resources out there, but I also feel like I don't have time to look at all of them, and there are people who have spent a lot of time and energy looking at what is available. And I know there's conversation too around, this kind of work has to be at home. And I would say absolutely everything that happens at school also needs to be reinforced at home. This is like raising our young people in this particular world the way it is, really is like a group effort. It has to be. So I am invested in trying to help as much as possible to see if we can do that work together. So I hope the conversations can keep happening. Practically speaking, some of my questions were answered by your presentation, so thank you. I don't have additional ones. And I think that's it for me. I think logistically and pragmatically, the staying on a schedule for curriculum adoption makes a lot of sense to be able to plan for things moving forward. And I appreciate all the work you've done since you got here to help us organize and streamline that process so that we can not try to do everything all at once and have a plan moving forward.
So, like Brett, I had no idea what SEL was. And when I heard about it, I thought, oh my gosh, what a bunch of foofy nonsense. And then the more I learned, the more I thought, no, it's not foofy nonsense. This is what kids need. And not every kid has the privilege of a home life where they can get that. And so even if the conversation starts in the classroom and then they go home and they can have a conversation with their parents or a sibling or another adult in their life, I am in full support of SEL. I think it teaches skills that kids may not have access to anywhere else, and they're critical for success.
I might as well go now. I'm respectfully a little bit more skeptical than my peers. I'm full supporter of SEL fitting in our classrooms, unsure as to which and how we deliver that. Part of what I want to share in board communication, I'll just share now. I had my best community exchange I've had in 2+ years this past week, thanks to 8 really engaged, passionate parents, community members, teachers. And I would say candidly, this topic's been the most thought-provoking and difficult one for me in my tenure. I realize what's at stake, how important this is. I've been caught up in the K-5 schedule component and how it's impacting our youngers, and tonight's opening me up to the bigger picture, which is really important. While we've heard some pro-SEL, pro-curriculum adoption comments, they're far fewer than I've heard on the con side. And I want to share some of the con themes that I received from my guests last week, that were a few that I don't think we've talked about as a group that I think are really important. We talked about the metrics, like how are we measuring success? What's this going to look like? And what are the benchmarks? What are the goals? And how are we measuring success with Character Strong? I'm just a little in the dark there. I'm not sure what that looks like in the SEL space. There's concerns about homeroom teacher being able to deliver versus a standalone core class. Equity was brought up when you think of physical education and recess and students that don't have quite the opportunities at home or in their home situation to have the activity, access to club sports, access to practice at night. That was enlightening. Child obesity, the sense of belonging. What are the things that brings a student with a positive attitude to come to school? And for many of our kids, that's art, it's PE, it's music. And so obviously our theme lately has been that the reduction of those minutes being problematic. Some things I learned tonight that I do owe it for some more research, and I hope our board does as well. Some of the recommendations from Character Strong and how to implement the curriculum, I'm not aware of those. I need to look into those. I requested access to the curriculum last week, so plan to take some time to look into that more, because I was not prepared to approve tonight. I will be visiting an art classroom tomorrow because I want to see what's at stake a little closer. And then kind of wrapping it up, our strategic plan, looking at our goals. Goal 1 was the why behind why we do everything, and I'm trying to just get a little bit more comfortable with that, back to like the benchmarking and goals component. and goal 5 being around student outcomes. And I know everything that we're trying to do. Our committees, our administrators are trying to achieve positive student outcomes. When we talk about citizen readiness and our students being ready for the real world, I'm an advocate for CTE. I think that's where that lives. I'm not so sure what this curriculum does to boost those skills. I need to do more digging there, but it's a tough one. And I genuinely appreciate the comments that we've had tonight, the folks that have showed up to talk to me personally, some of which were here speaking tonight, which I really appreciate. And I appreciate the team and Dr. Rodriguez giving us more content and information tonight, which was well warranted.
Oh, we're not done. You want me to go?
Yeah.
So I'm Character Strong is gonna pull in, it's one part of the schedule change. I think the hardest part that I'm having with this schedule change is that since COVID, for sure, we came back and test scores were just not the same. And people will say test scores don't matter. They matter. They matter for a lot of different reasons. And we can get in there and debate how much they matter, but they matter. And they're not, when I hear 60% is good enough, that's a sad day. That is 40% are failing, 60% is a D at best. And that's good enough. That's what we're gonna settle for. That's disgusting to me. That's a failure to students. And for recess, we're talking about recess. It's 60%. Then it goes to 40% or 50%. Then it goes to 40%. That means 60% aren't at standard by the time they're in high school in math. That's the problem. But we're talking about recess. I have a hard time with that. We're gonna send these kids out and they're so below standard, but we wanna make sure that, they get their 5 minutes. This was created to give more time into core. And if you don't think the core matters, you're wrong. Test scores matter. So this is why I'm sitting up here. I have no skin in the game. My kids are gone. But what I do care about is that when they cross that stage at graduation and I shake their hand, I can be confident that they have the skills to go into the world. And at 40%, 50%, we're not meeting the standard. We're not meeting the standard. But how do you meet the standard without some type of change? I want change, but I don't want that change. I have a hard time with that. We're trying. We sent this out to the principals. Help us. What do you think will work? It's getting shot down in a million different ways. I think this is more adult issues than it is kid issues. Kids are adaptable, but at the end of the day, that 60% goes up to middle school, it becomes 50%, and it goes up to high school and it becomes 40%. So we see the trend. I see the trend. I want to stop the trend. But, this is why we're here. I mean, there's no other reason. It is this, I don't know, I take a little offense to that guy. Somebody else wants this chair, come take it. I'm here because I care about kids. I care that when they cross that graduation stage that they are prepared. That's what I care about. And I just don't know how you get change without changing. And right now, that's all I'm hearing.
Thank you, Brett.
Yeah.
I just want to add one thing. I have also met with many people over the last couple of months around these conversations, and remembering back to kind of what are we as a board being asked to consider is the curriculum that's in front of us, or that will be in front of us for our next meeting. I have heard multiple times, because there is distress around the loss of art and recess and PE minutes, that this curriculum is what is replacing those minutes. And to my understanding, that is not what's happening. My understanding is that the pullout proposal that was created by staff to solve a totally separate issue was really not about taking minutes from a thing and putting it into this. So I just think it's important for us to be clear as a board, particularly as we're meeting with people, so that we are helping to share clearly around where the trade-offs are coming in. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but my understanding is that the curriculum, at least at the elementary school level, the work was happening. Part of that once a week lesson is coming out. The rest of the daily check-in circle time stuff is staying in class with the teachers, and that the schedule change really is not about adding SEL. It's changing part of where that is happening to a teacher who, I appreciate one of them is here, has energy, excitement to make that particularly fun and have our other teachers not have an additional prep at the elementary level. So to me, conflating Character Strong and the scheduling issue feels like a not totally accurate statement. So I just want to see, that's just something I've heard a lot, and I would love for us to be clear about that. Can anyone confirm?
You're correct.
Okay.
The students right now receive, we have school-wide strategies like the morning meeting, the circle time, the language around character traits with a focus each month. There's a variety of strategies that are in place, and you could speak to any one of our principals, and I would encourage families who have questions and concerns to reach out directly to your building principal, because they're on the ground, they've seen this in action, and they've been working hard to support staff, students, and to implement it well. Currently, our grade level classroom teachers at the elementary level also provide a 45-minute lesson each week. That's part of Purposeful People. That's the way it's set up, is there's this one big lesson a week, and then there's the daily strategies that happen every day. This is just a movement from the classroom teacher being the person who preps and delivers that to students to being a specialist who preps and delivers that to students. It's not changing what the lesson is, it's not changing the scope and sequence, it's not changing the focus, and it isn't stealing time from art, PE, or music.
Thank you.
I'll just say that I liked the idea of having an individual teacher who has passion for teaching that subject area and can do it to fidelity. And I feel like that creates a much more equitable environment for our kids. That was my understanding, was that was kind of the conversation, was the teachers were having a more prep time for something that was so new, in addition to the prep for the Open SciEd, the science curriculum. And they were just, some teachers were amazing, and some people can do all the things really well, but not everybody can. And we want our kids to be able to enjoy the best that our teachers have to offer. And I think it does create a much more equitable scenario for the kids to get their direct instruction in that core area from somebody that's passionate about it and can give it that same passion to all the kids in an equitable way. I feel like we could use a lot more of that Tier 1 safe and supported curriculum in our community, in our world. Like, I feel like those are the things that we really need to focus on. And my hope is that those kinds of environments really do create a sense of belonging. That's where I see the kids creating a sense of belonging in those small group environments where they get to work through those issues that we all deal with on a daily basis. And then they can kind of work on it throughout their week with their core classrooms. Yeah, I was excited. Thank you for speaking positively about it, because, you know, we hear all the negative things, but it was brought to us as kind of the premier social emotional curriculum. So I've heard nothing but great things from the broader community, not just Ridgefield, but people all over the country that I know that are educators. And Character Strong is like the curriculum that everybody really touts as the best. So I feel like, you know, you can make it the enemy, or we can like, why is it great? And like, let's lean in, let's learn how to do it well, and let's do our best so that we can make our schools the best place that they can be for our kids.
Okay. Can always count on Director Ronstadt to be positive, so thank you for that. Okay, but wait, there's more. So looking ahead to next year, I wanted to talk just a little bit about the elementary schedule. And as you know, over the past several months, district and building leadership engaged in a deep dialogue around the updates to the elementary schedule. I've shared it before, but it's worth saying it again, that it was largely collaborative between our 3 elementary principals, with support from district office staff. It was in many ways designed to address concerns that they had heard from their own staff about what students need, about what was going well and what was not going so well in the buildings. And I think I also want to just address some of the comments that I have heard this evening, but also over the last month around leadership. And effective organizational leadership means finding a balance. It's a balance between broad participation and decisive action. We've heard a wide array of feedback about recess, about specialists, about core instruction, about what students like or dislike, about what is the role of families and what is the role of school staff. And while a public school system does operate on a model where every constituent has a right to have their voice heard, being an effective leader means weighing those inputs against data in alignment with labor contracts to which we are bound, and to the ultimate accountability for the board and the superintendent of financial sustainability. You heard tonight from Executive Director McCoy, we're one of 9 out of 295 school districts who are putting things in place and managing our resources in a way that hopefully will prevent us from having massive layoffs, as we've seen in the paper over and over again over the last 3 years in our county, in multiple districts. So tonight I want to share a couple of adjustments that are honoring our community's feedback while also being very clear about what our core instructional goals are as a system and an organization. So the first change, to be directly responsive to families and to some staff, we're going to modify really 2 areas of the elementary schedule. The first is that we're restoring the 5 minutes of recess, which will maintain the existing 40 minutes per day that we currently have at kindergarten through 4th grade. Currently, 5th grade students have 30 minutes, so this is increasing their recess by 10 minutes per day, or 50 minutes per week. Additionally, we are adding 5-minute passing periods between specials so that our art, music, PE, library, science, and foundation specialists are guaranteed a clean, full 45 minutes for instruction with students. I think it's worth noting, because there's been lots of data quoted here and there and everywhere, to be Dr. Seuss for a moment. One of the reports that was referenced tonight was just published on May 11th, 2 weeks ago. We've been working on this decision and this plan in earnest since August. CDC and Shape America, they recommend 60 minutes of vigorous activity per day, 20 minutes of which would be recess in public school. They don't reference where the other 40 minutes come from. There is an assumption that exercise is something people do outside of the 6.5-hour school day that students come to school. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends a minimum of 20 minutes per day. The Global Recess Alliance recommends a minimum of 30 minutes per day. And our state law requires a minimum of 30 minutes per day. Second change around the instruction is really to hopefully help our specialists to be able to deliver the best instruction that they can in the 45-minute blocks. There are some structural trade-offs to the changes. Because we are putting back the recess and passing times, we are effectively eliminating the extra 55 minutes per week that we had intended to dedicate to core classroom instruction, primarily mathematics. You've already heard, and I've spoken about it before, as have our principals in every school report we've had this year, that our math performance data is not where it needs to be. 41% of our high school students at the end of 10th grade being proficient at grade level is not good enough. It means that our classroom teachers at the elementary level are going to need to be even sharper and more intentional with the existing math block, when the existing core instructional time for reading, writing, and mathematics in order to drive the outcomes that our children deserve. So next year we will have exactly the same number of minutes for reading, writing, and math that we currently have. There will be no increase. I do want to also just reference what we are moving forward with. And though the community as a whole is clearly not ready to move forward with extra core instructional time, I do think it is important that we move forward with other transformative aspects of the plan. By utilizing specialists for science and foundations for learning, we are achieving two very important things. First, we are ensuring equitable, high-quality, consistent science and social-emotional instruction for all students. I would love to say that every student already gets that. But what I know is that in practice, when push comes to shove and time is short, the thing that most elementary teachers cut from instruction is science and or the new social-emotional learning weekly lesson. It's what happens when we're short on time. We all make those tough choices. And secondly, we're going to reduce the workload and preparation demands on grade level classroom teachers. Our classroom teachers, our grade level teachers, have told us that they were stretched thin. They've done this anecdotally. They've done this when I visit campuses to hand out golden fries or attend staff meetings. They've reported it to their building representatives with Ridgefield Education Association, our teachers union. It has been shared back with the leaders of REA, who have then brought that to our labor management meetings that we hold regularly between Executive Director of Employee Services, Luke LeCount, myself, and the leadership of REA. One of the things I heard when I applied for this position was the importance of course correcting and healing the relationship with our labor groups. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done together, collaboratively and transparently over the last 2 years, which have resulted in 2 completed contracts and no strikes, and school on time, which is the first time that that could be said in 9 years for our teachers from the last 3 cycles of contracts. I guess I also want to just share the other piece that was incredibly important to me and that I feel like we have trialed and tested here in our very own backyard is having job-embedded professional learning. beyond the professional learning community or PLC or professional learning team time on Wednesday mornings, which is a late start, we have had at Sunset Ridge Intermediate in place additional time where principals and assistant principal have been able to meet with PLTs. They help look at data, they help model and joint accountability. They prepare and share honestly how students are doing. They provide on-time feedback on the interventions and extensions needed, and it gives them direct access to their building administrators in a way that is just not possible when you are in front of students the majority of your day. When we made the very difficult decision to close Sunset Ridge Intermediate and move to Sunset Ridge Elementary, one of the things that I heard from staff and also from this board were that we didn't want to lose the important things that Sunset Ridge Intermediate stood for. And having this additional team time to every week move the work forward, to closely look at student data, to drive instruction and intervention and extension is one of the incredible success stories that came out of Sunset Ridge Intermediate that would be, frankly, a terrible loss to let go with the shuttering of that school and the opening of the new school. We have got to move forward. I've heard criticism about what are the metrics. Well, it starts with the very basic metrics that we talk about every single time a school reports, and that is our state assessment data. It's mandated by the federal government to have a testing system. It is established and monitored by OSPI, the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction. The head of that agency is an elected official in the state, so I encourage folks to vote, as always. And our funding is tied to that. So that's where I would point you to start. Go to the OSPI website, look at the data, look at the school report card. You can look at school by school, subgroup by subgroup, and the district as a whole. That is the very first place we're going to look to see how things are going. We're also going to be looking at student behavioral data. We put some things in place around discipline, and coming up there'll be a report another evening about our discipline data from this year so that the board can take a look at that. We'll also be looking at our attendance data. That's another piece that we have been monitoring regularly. So that's a place to start. I think I also want to share and say thank you. We have had a couple of very courageous teachers who have come to speak positively about the changes. And I use the word courageously on purpose, as I do most things with intentionality. It is incredibly difficult to stand at a microphone in front of what is, I'm going to describe a hostile crowd on some evenings, and to share a differing perspective with your colleagues, particularly when there has been a great deal of vitriol on social media. There has been false information passed on and shared. There have been a number of folks who have come here to air grievances rather than to contact myself, a principal, or even the board to have a collaborative conversation. As has been said multiple times by this board during board communications, we are here to collaborate. We have listened. I am frankly deeply hurt by some of the comments this evening and the allegations around retaliation, retribution, transparency. We have been, I think, I'll speak for myself, but also for my cabinet and for this board, more available, more accessible, and more transparent than has been seen in this district for well over a decade. We have conducted numerous surveys, not to just collect the data and do nothing, but to share back and report back at board meetings, to work collaboratively and have legitimate professional development for our leaders of our schools, our principals, to get serious about transforming from a district office to a central services team. There's a reason we're here 2, 3, and sometimes 4.5 hours at board meetings, because we are publicly discussing the issues at hand. And to continue to have folks not engage is incredibly disappointing. Those core values that have been identified by literally hundreds of people involved in strategic planning for the past approximately 15 months of integrity, kindness, and collaboration, those are my personal core values and my ethics as well. And I would encourage people to not just listen to a few voices. I would encourage them to listen to more than the folks who are directly impacted by a decision, to reach out again to their building principals, to get more context, to ask questions, and to engage and be collaborative. And I would implore our community to take this idea of kindness to heart. I don't know that I've ever been called horrendous and misleading, let alone in a public setting. It was disrespectful, and so I'm just going to call it out, because we have a civility policy, which also, by the way, wasn't in place when I got here. So I think that is what I really wanted to share. I hope this addresses some of the concerns that we've heard from the community. And I also hope that people will be willing to perhaps give some things a try. And you don't have to trust me, but I have done what I've said since I arrived here on July 1st of 2024. And if that doesn't engender any trust, then I really don't know what else to do to help you to know who I am. So I'm going to pause again before I go to positives and shift the gear of the conversation.
Jeannie, I just want to say, you are human, and it's okay to be human, and, but being human also means that you take shots and process through them, so you don't sit here alone. We got your back. And, I apologize in behalf of the comments, so.
I'll go first. Oh, we're still in your
We're still
report.
going.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, still not done.
No, it's good.
Okay, well, on to happier things, the things I like to actually bring to you as a board. Lots of good stuff. I guess I will segue from my soapbox to simply say, I don't hate arts. I don't love PE, I'll be honest. I'm not a good exerciser, and I kind of hated it as a student, but that isn't a reason for the decisions. And I was a competitive pianist as a middle school, high school student, and actually went to college initially as a music major. So just a little bit about me. One of my favorite events that we have in our district is the annual art show. And last year when I got to attend for the first time, I was blown away by the event, by the student work, by the commitment of our art teachers to put it on. And I had a conversation with one of them at the end and said, I cannot believe you guys do all of this for one night. And she's like, well, we've had an issue being able to stay in the space. And I was like, well, that's something I can do something about. So this year, we had the art show for 2 evenings, which was lovely because more people were able to come out. And I've listed the students and the pieces here, but the digital photography that's kind of front and center, Sydney Krause, I see you. This was my Superintendent's Choice Award winner. It's a digital photography. One of my favorite things moving to this side of the state is driving in the fall and just getting to see the leaves change color, and there's just something really wonderful as the air gets crisper. The principals know I have a weird thing about geese, so of course the geese are on here. I wanted to include the Peacock Mixed Media because it was awarded a Best in Show. And then I did also want to just call out the collage in the lower right hand. So Cade Harris, I see you too. I just wanted this. They only let me have one ribbon, so I'm giving a superintendent honorable mention to Cade because that's the kind of art I would have done as a high school student. I love the black and white and the pieces all put together. I'm a big fan of mixed media. And then there's several other pieces. They're just really fun ones. I'm also a sucker for anything Alice in Wonderland. So this was something different. I didn't see these last year, but this year there were oodles and oodles of what were referred to as tiny houses. But really you can see they were kind of like cube shaped. They were all the same shape and dimensions, but they were all incredibly different. And I just really liked that particular piece. I also had the opportunity to attend the RHS state send-off. We had our girls fast pitch, softball went to state, girls and boys golf, some boys tennis players, and also our equestrians. And there's just a few of the cheerleaders there gabbing it up before everybody came through. It was just cute. We also held our first annual incoming kindergarten family night, and I don't know this is not the official, but I just think it's really cute, this Ready, Set, Kinder. And I didn't get pictures of kind of everything, but there was a school bus there, so incoming kindergartners could take a tour of the school bus. So thank you to KWRL and their director for being present for all of our littles to get on the bus, sit in a seat, get back off the bus. It was definitely a favorite of the kids. There was also lots of tables inside that families could visit, everything from food service to PTO groups for each of our elementaries, before and after school care with Right at School. There was, all our nurses were there to talk about immunization. So everybody was there that you needed to talk to, our enrollment team, all of them. So I only caught a few pictures, but this very cool backdrop with the balloons and all these things, I know you can't see it so well on here, but a shout out to Mandy Evans, who's our Director of Community Education, because she designed that and made it herself because she's amazing like that. So we had some fun pictures at the end. And then I also wanted to just publicly celebrate and announce Identity Clark County has annually this Learn Here Hero Awards. This has been going on, I think they said for like 20 years. And it was really designed for the community to celebrate educators and people who support education. And so each school district gets to nominate a staff member and also a community volunteer. So this year, Ridgefield School District's recipients were Sunset Ridge Assistant Principal Stephanie Goad. Stephanie is one of those people that is happy to be behind the scenes. She just quietly goes about the business, but she works incredibly hard and does so much good and is incredibly deserving of this award. She also gives of her time and has, for many years, was on the executive committee of the Ridgefield Public Schools Foundation. And she never seeks any recognition. And she brought her mom to the ceremony. And I knew she hates the whole thing. She hates having pictures. She hates being up front. She hates people talking about her publicly. But she is an amazing leader in our district and well deserving of the honor. And the volunteer that we recognized was Ridgefield Police Department Detective Tyler King. He has been incredibly supportive through some very difficult challenges that we have had as a district this year, and was a great partner in the development of the Clark County regional live action drill that we participated in and hosted at Ridgefield High School earlier this spring. And then last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to the Goldengrads. Mostly what I want to say is Mrs. Goldengrad has a dress on, but Mr. Goldengrad is naked except for his boots. So I'm not sure what that's about. And when if you've seen Failure to Launch, you'll get the reference. So if you haven't, you won't. But I also wanted to share this year, every year there's something different when we go, but this year they had 90 years of King Spud. There's a very suspicious 1970s Spudder Spirit with a jug. So that's interesting. And I kind of like the really old 1920s. It really is just a potato with like a little smile drawn on. So we've come a long way with our King Spud. Really just a lovely event. It's hosted annually for Spud alumni who graduated 50 or more years ago. And the person who's about 4 years earlier than that is the person who has to like put the whole thing on. So they have a whole system of how this passes from person to person, but it's hosted at the high school. Big thank you, Chartwells. Thank you, Joel. Chartwells does the food. Our National Honor Society from Ridgefield High School comes and they assist with registration, checking everybody in. These are folks who are 68 and older. We had 30 people there that are like platinum spudders, which means they graduated 70 or more years ago. That's right, 88 and up. So some of them need assistance. So our Honor Society kids are amazing. They will carry the plate and scoop the food and do the things for folks that maybe are walking with a walker or a cane or those kinds of things. So they do their own silent auction, and they collect money and they do a scholarship. So they're all about paying it forward, as our Spuds always are. So just wanted to highlight that. And then the last good thing I have to share with you is somebody arrived at the new Sunset Elementary. I am so excited for everybody to see this in person. And word on the street, not that I want to spread more rumors because Lord knows we got enough of those around here, is that Principal Graves is going to let the kids have a naming contest for the coyote on the playground. So this coyote is a part of our new playground at Sunset Elementary, and super excited. And you can also see a piece of play equipment there in the foreground of the picture too. So those are all the good things I have tonight. Thank you.
All right, Jake, you are up.
A lot of emotion tonight. I want to start just to thank Dr. Rodriguez. You used the word courageous for some of our public comment folks tonight, and that's exactly what you just displayed. I think you're put in a tough position to present to us, to present to the community, and not always empowered to take feedback head on and respectfully address it in the fashion you did tonight. So I appreciate that, and you deserve to do so. I'll double down on what you shared. I think when people have concerns with this administration or this new era of our board, I often go back to our listening strategy, our availability and transparency, and it disappoints me that in all our efforts, sometimes people still don't see that, and frankly shocks me. I referenced my community exchange last week, not so much because of the content that all is pretty much sat on one side, but I share it because it was thought-provoking. It's the best exchange I had, because in that setting, everyone at that table, while some of them were more upset than others, engaged in civil exchange and conversation with me, which I applaud and appreciate and wish more of our citizens would do so with myself and other board members, with Dr. Rodriguez, with their parents, with their building administrator. I think there's a lot of steps that are either skipped or not taken when sharing feedback and trying to get your point across. And public comment, something I'm always encouraging. I think President Jones might have a chance here and there to hit the gavel, because I do think there are people that are blatantly disrespecting the rules of engagement. And that's something we can talk about as a board, because we've watched it cross the line too many times in recent weeks, and just close enough that people probably feel like they're getting away with it. But I ask people just to talk to us like we're people. I'll echo what President Jones said. I don't think any of the five of us have a real political bone in us when it comes to school board. I'm just like Brett. If someone wants to come after me and take this seat one day, like, have at it. Like, if you think you're the better person for the role, I don't think any of us, Brett, the four of us, are so enamored and inclined to sit in this seat that we're not above doing the right thing. And so I'll just challenge everyone, come talk to us like we're people. It strikes me when someone will speak to us from the podium in such a hostile fashion as if they don't know us as people, because many of them do know us and do know how to reach us. And I just would challenge you to take a look at how you approach us. If the goal is to get something done and to make progress, take a different look for those that do talk to us and those that are considering how they want to display their message to us. I think that's all I have on the emotional topic of tonight. I did attend the art show. On Dr. Rodriguez's slide, you saw one of many tiny homes that was the recipient of my daughter's blue ribbon. They were very, very cool. She was a huge fan. Excited to see some of our art in the classroom tomorrow, thanks to one of our teachers at Union Ridge. And I will shout out to my neighbor, Detective King. Very proud of him and his support of our district.
Thank you, Jake. Donna.
So, in January, at our board retreat, the board collectively decided that we should initiate some board operating protocols. And so Director Baker and I, along with Dr. Rodriguez, eventually we'll bring her in, we are going to set up protocols on how we operate as a board, how we run our meetings, how we communicate with each other, with staff, with the community, how we engage with the community, even how we conduct ourselves at social gatherings, because as a board member, our hat never comes off. We are always seen as a board member. Even at somebody's birthday party, well, you're a board member. So there are several other school districts in our area that have these. We've got several examples to model ours after, as well as an example from WASDA. And so we will be working on that, and hopefully we'll be able to get something finished up and published after our board retreat at the end of July.
Thank you, Donna. Amanda.
Just thank my fellow directors for working on that, because I know as a newbie up here, I love structure and I love having like a framework of knowing how to do the things and do them well. So thank you for looking into the protocols and like working on creating a framework for us. I will use it. And until then, I'm wild rogue. Just gonna go crazy. Throw my board hat in the wind. No, I won't. I wanted to kind of echo again what Jake was saying with, I love public comment, and I do feel like we have a very engaged community that feels very comfortable, and I love that so many people feel comfortable coming, maybe a little too comfortable, but I also want to just think about, I want people to think about board comments have a place and I love them. I also want people to think about, is that the best strategy to collaborate and make progress and how we move forward in things. I've really appreciated being part of the strategic planning process because it feels very thoughtful. There's a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of like, you get kind of a full picture of all the things and everybody has a voice. I appreciate that model, and I hope we as a community kind of like focus in and live that model a little bit more in our daily lives. For board comments, let's see. A little legislative update. I attended the Advocacy Action Network. It's kind of the legislative action branch for WASDA board people. And today was kind of cool because they had 2 different guest speakers, and one was kind of a teaching role. So we had representatives from the Board of Education come and talk to us about Future Ready. We saw it a little bit in that Character Strong framework. And the Board of Directors, and along with input from WASDA leadership and WASDA legislative committees, they're hoping to put together a draft policy that will be able to become maybe a bill in the next legislative session, which is only like next spring. It's coming up quick. But that will, the overall plan is to give students more flexibility in their options in the high school for the graduation requirements. So when we, keep them at that high level of this is the standard that we expect, but also to give them a little bit more room to be able to count credits different ways, and where do we need to help students who aren't able to get the credits. They use the example of like PE as like an example as what can we use as kind of a supplemental for that credit for kids who struggle with meeting that requirement in certain ways. The other presentation was from ESD 112 with Monique Degas and Justine Vasquez, kind of around communications and best practices. So I thought it was really timely and just kind of a good informational session. Something I took away from that was, well, a couple different things, but they talked about how you need to know your story and tell it often, and we all kind of need to be on the same page as a community so that we kind of go out as a united front when we're talking to different people like that aren't in Ridgefield. So they get to know us and say, oh, that's that awesome town that's growing rapidly and really needs more, space for kids, or they need more resources and this way or that. So, and then the other part was having one-pagers for board meetings. I thought that was kind of a neat little strategy that they had laid out, that Vancouver School District does this, where it's kind of a one-page summary of what's going to happen in a board meeting. So anyone who is either planning on attending or who comes can kind of see like what the gist of the evening is about, not just an agenda, but with like actual like, this is what this is going to go into. I thought that was really cool. I've been out and about a lot. People have probably been seeing me. I was honored to deliver a little tiny celebratory speech at the NHS ceremony. That was interesting. And it was an honor to be there. I loved that part of it. The Kinder Night was the first annual. That was really cool. I loved for our families that we had all the resources in one spot. I know it felt like, I talked a little bit with some of the principals, it felt a little bit less, they couldn't get a feel of their kids as much, so it was not quite as like homey as maybe they've had in the past. So maybe we find a way to bridge that a little bit. But it was pretty cool to have the electric bus there, that we got to go there, and a shout out to sweet Alma Martinez from district office, who threw a bunch of really beautiful stickers on my table so it wasn't just naked. And so I had something to like engage with people with, which was really nice. I loved the art show. Thank goodness it's 2 nights, because otherwise I couldn't have made it this year. And it was just, our kids are so talented, and it's just it's one of those things that you get to show off, not just for the school, but people in the community. I always run into the same folks, and I love that they show up every year. So another one of those intergenerational things that I just think is so great. And then last, I wanted to remind everyone that this Friday we have the youth orchestra concert, and it's Friday, I believe, correct? Yes. That has been that Charlotte Barnes has been growing that program, and it's just become this beautiful, kind of huge, amazing event. So I'm excited to attend, and I hope a lot of you can make the time to go as well. That is all.
Thank you. Amber.
All right. I also loved getting to go to the art show. I had a very small window in our family schedule to get there this year. But it's something we all go to, whether or not our personal children have art in the show or not, because it's so much fun. Could not decide either. Did take advice from a third grade person in my household on which to pick. But it was a hard, I think we need like runner up. I mean, we just need like lots more ribbons. For that art show, I could not choose between the tiny house and the orca collage that was eventually the winner for my particular ribbon. But really beautiful work, and also just love seeing so many different community members there. I represented our board at the exit interview with our auditor's office folks, so just want to take this opportunity to thank Paula McCoy for the excellent work that you do. You weren't at that meeting either because of something else that came up, but I was glad to be there, and there was a whole slide in their presentation to the district about how amazing your work is and your staff. So please share with them gratitude from the board for the hard work that they put in every year to make our records available to the auditors. I will reiterate to you all what we have heard before, but they were very celebratory with the state of our district. They had no concerns this year at all with anything in terms of open public meeting following, all of our fiscal reports, all of the numbers tracking, and also reminded me that we do the sort of accountability audit as well as the fiscal audit on a regular basis, which isn't required, but we go extra because we're Ridgefield. So was happy about that. There's a graphic, they sent a report, so if you all are interested, you should take a look at that just to see their findings. One of the slides that they shared was an infographic that's on their website, and Ridgefield was like green, green, yellow, and then there was one red, and so I was like, I was trying to zoom in on the screen, what is the red? And it was around fund balance. And I thought that was very interesting because we spend a lot of time talking about fund balance, and I feel like we're generally doing okay. So I asked, why was our district in the red on fund balance? And what they explained to me, which I thought was helpful knowledge as folks in charge of fiscal responsibility, is that the best practice for governments is that you have 60 days in reserve. So we are red because we do not have 60 days in reserve, and our fund balance policy is that we have about 30 days in reserve. They did tell me that we are still doing really well because they have audited districts that are like at 10 days. 12 days, and so I was glad to have that information because it helped put things into context for me a little bit. As I've watched our numbers, I'm like, oh, we're doing great. So I was curious when that showed up as like a not so hot metric from the auditor's office, but they still felt like we were in really good shape comparatively, but as a governmental entity, public entity, best practice would be double what we have, which I know is unrealistic given the current funding situation. So I did want to share that. To say that the board that is here and the leadership of the district that is here is just the same as it was 4 years ago would be inaccurate. We've had an almost complete change of individuals. And I know that there's some feelings that we're sort of in Groundhog's Day, like stuck in the same thing over and over and over again. And to me, that is an indication that this is like a bigger than the individuals here, right? So I just want to say we have been committed to being available, communicating, discussing in open public meeting, conversations related to the decisions that are being made. Nobody's here anymore who gave public comment, and I understand that because, to be honest, I'd like to go home too. And so I understand. And putting public comment at the beginning of the meetings was on purpose so people could come and talk, even if you only had a few minutes, because we are trying to hear what people have to say. So I just want to say to anyone who might be listening or who might be listening later that if we could work together on improving our public school system, that would be amazing, right? We are such an incredible place. We have a small enough district that we actually can know a heck of a lot of each other. And what I feel sad about is that we could spend a lot of time tearing it down from within our own community. And I hope that we can work on figuring out how can we make sure that our system and our education system is getting appropriately funded, so that we aren't having to make horrible decisions. I will say the decisions can be horrendous. The people making the decisions are not horrendous human beings. Some of these decisions are horrendous decisions to have to be making. And so I just invite people to work with, and nothing's gonna be perfect, but we're gonna keep trying to make progress. And I also just wanna ask more and more for in-person, as much as possible, in-person communication, because I will say I took social media off my phone 1.5 years ago. It was really hard. And I am not sad about it anymore. I was sad about it at first. I felt left out. I was like, am I gonna miss stuff? I don't have any friends. And then I realized I didn't ever talk to anybody anyways, right? It was all this kind of bizarre world. So I just invite people to maybe take a step back and come talk with us. And I will also say it is also hard to talk with every single person one-on-one as much as I want to. So as an individual board member, I will be available as much as possible. I know that that is true of my colleagues as well as Dr. Rodriguez. If you didn't get an email back from each and every one of us, please know that we do our best to make sure that at least one of us can respond to every email. We aren't all going to respond to all of the emails. It doesn't mean that we haven't read them and that we haven't sat with the feedback that has been sent and shared. So I hope we can be more clear with people too about that in terms of expectation for communication, just because we also all have jobs, families, other things that we are balancing, as well as our role as board members. So I'm talking to, not anybody maybe, but if anyone's listening, I hope you will just keep engaging with us.
Director Baker, we have one guest that did stick it out till the end, just
yes,
so you know.
You did, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. Yeah, I've said enough tonight, but I'll take credit. I'm the one that said it feels like Groundhog's Day. And it does, to be honest with you. But I do think that this is a team that can process and work through things, and sometimes it's not like I move at a little bit faster pace, and Amber moves a little bit slower process, but we get there, right? We work together to get there. And everybody on this panel, I know that we can discuss and disagree and find middle roads. And so from a working board, we work well, right? Like I think we're representing Ridgefield well at a lot of different levels. So with that, and we have hired the person to see this through, right? I have no doubt I said I didn't have anything to say, but I just have to get back to, there is nobody here, and I can, for the most part, say in this district that I know of that is trying to do anything in the dark, that is not trying to be fully open about discussions, decisions, and I think it gets confused with not liking the decision, and that is different. So we have to cross that hurdle. Like, just because you didn't get what you were asking for doesn't mean that we left you out of the conversation, and it doesn't mean that your voice didn't matter. There's a lot of voices. And we have really good people that are coming up with really good ideas on how to solve some of these goals that we're working on. But we have to give something a chance, if we keep shooting it down before we ever let it lift off the ground, we'll never know. Real quick, the Yonder pouches worked. Whether you like it or not, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They kept people from having phones out during class and during the school day. Whether their phone's in that pouch, it doesn't matter. It's whether their phone got put away, and that worked. So, Yonder, good job, all right? We are ready for business.
Okay. All right, we're going to start. We just have one item of old business. And this is, I think, another significant celebration for us, but we're bringing to you tonight to approve new board policy number 1250, students on governing boards. We had discussion and a presentation from our students at the last session. Again, the focus of that team is really increasing opportunities for student voice. And this was one of their major projects this spring, was to put this together. And we just want to say thank you to the students that served on that council, and particularly the 4 that were brave and stood up here in this boardroom and presented and answered questions. So happy to answer questions, but enthusiastically want to recommend to you that you approve new board policy number 1250, students on governing boards.
I move that we approve new board policy number 1250, students on governing boards, as presented.
I second.
Any discussion?
I just wanted to say I can't wait for this to go through, and I'm so excited. And I saw on the proposed timeline that I think they open applications if we do this tomorrow, which, yes, I can't wait.
All right, I'll just go on the record. I wasn't all for it, but now I think it's gonna be pretty good. I like it. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Woohoo!
I'm so excited. So, for those that haven't read all the paperwork in our giant 121-page packet I see tonight, I don't know if it'll be up tomorrow, Director Ronstadt, but we will endeavor to get it posted by the end of the week. We will, next year the timeline will be much earlier. So for students who might be interested, next year you should look around March 1st. We will get ahead, but this year we were waiting for the full adoption. So we will have a shorter timeline this year for applicants who would like to be student board representatives. It is a 1-year term. We will be going through the application and interview process really over the next month at the most. So it's going to be a speed round for this year. Per the student's recommendation, we will select 2 student board representatives. Current Ridgefield School District 9th, 10th, and 11th grade students are eligible to apply. And we will go through that process, and then they will be sworn in just like you all are. And then we're gonna have to make some room up here because we're gonna have to fit 2 more chairs. So I'm super excited about that. So thank you to the kids again. All right, going to new business, item 9A, approving selection and adoption of curriculum, physical science 912. This is the high school physical science. I've already spoken at length about it, but you have the information in the board memo as well. We are recommending approval of the 7-year adoption. The total cost is $45,657.
I move that we approve the selection and adoption of the Savas Physical Science 9 through 12 curriculum as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. As already discussed, item 9B has been postponed to the next board meeting. That takes us to item 9C, approving the contract with ABM Industries Incorporated for custodial services for the 2026-2027 school year. We awarded this contract through competitive proposal. This is really an extension of the existing contract. The only changes for the 26-27 school year include a rate increase of 2.5% for inflation, and of course, the addition of another campus with the opening of Sunset Ridge Elementary School. We recommend approval of the custodial services contract renewal for next school year.
I move that we approve the contract with ABM for custodial services for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item 9D, approving the food service management contract renewal with Compass Group, also known as Chartwells, for the 26-27 school year. The district currently contracts management of our food services program operations to the Compass Group, doing business as Chartwells. The current contract was awarded in the 23-24 school year after a competitive proposal process. We have the option under state and federal procurement requirements to renew the contract with a successful vendor for up to 4 additional one-year terms. So we are still within that time frame. The proposal for 26-27 includes a 3.8% increase in the cost per meal. This is again due to inflation. It is equivalent to the Consumer Price Index, CPI, which is at 3.8%, and is within the allowed inflationary cost increase permitted under federal nutrition program requirements. And thank you to Joel, who's hiding behind Executive Director McCoy, for being here and waiting all this time for his action item. So we recommend approval of the Food Service Management Company contract renewal.
I move that we approve the food service management company contract renewal with Compass Group Chartwells for the 2026-2027 school year as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item 9E, approving the contract with Garland Roofing for summer roofing projects at Ridgefield High School. This is for the auxiliary gym and the weight room. We used a competitively procured purchasing cooperative contract to select Garland as the contractor for replacing the roof for the auxiliary gym and the weight room. The roofing system specifications are within the board packet. It is a 30-year brand new roof. We're not doing a patch job. We're taking it off and completely replacing it. Garland obtained competitive bids from 5 subcontractors, the lowest of which was McDonald Weddle in the amount of $765,285, not inclusive of sales tax, which, yes, we have to pay for that too, even on school district projects. You'll recall Garland took care of replacing 3 building roofs for us as the high school last summer, as well as Union Ridge Building A. So we are happy to partner with them again for this summer's roofing projects. We recommend approval of the award to Garland, doing business, or DBS Inc., with McDonald Weddle as the subcontractor.
I move that we approve the contract with Garland Roofing for summer roofing projects at Ridgefield High School as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item 9F, approving resolution number 2025-2026-011, delegating authority to the WIAA, Washington Interscholastic Athletics and Activities. This is required annually that the local school board president and superintendent sign a resolution indicating that we have approved participation for our schools to participate as members of the WIAA. We brought this to you last year. We're bringing it to you again this year. We recommend approval of the resolution delegating authority to the WIAA.
I move that we approve resolution number 2025-2026-011, delegating authority to WIAA as presented.
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same call. Motion carries.
All right, thank you. That's going to take us to the next 3, which there's no action this evening, beginning with item 9G, hearing the first read of revised board policy number 3421, child abuse and neglect. This has not been updated since 2014, and WASDA updated it in 2022. So the proposed changes bring this policy in line with the WASDA model policy. Additional clarity will be added to the accompanying procedure, and a new form will be developed and posted to help streamline the process, ensure oversight of the district level, and that all applicable laws are followed. Specifically, this is around reports of child abuse and neglect and ensuring that the appropriate reporting is completed. As public school employees, we are all mandatory reporters. And I'm sure folks are following the news, so we already had this on the docket, but it feels even more pertinent now to get this updated. So we will be bringing it back to you for approval at the next board meeting. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
So I did wonder why it says abuse or neglect, including exploitation, and that is the last time the word exploitation appears in the 2 pages.
I can't answer that for you other than to say that those terms were in this policy previously, so it's been in the policy for over a decade. And it wasn't something that WASDA chose to eliminate out of the model policy.
Okay, but they didn't choose to expand on it either.
They did not.
Okay, thank you.
I was just looking to see if there was any legal reference to it. We could reach out to WASDA if you would like, Director Farnsworth, and see if they have any additional information.
I actually would appreciate that. My daughter was very, she belonged to a group and they did a lot of work around child sex trafficking, and it just seems kind of important in today's world.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to look into that further.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the second first read is for revised board policy number 4220, complaints concerning staff or programs. One of the pieces of feedback that I think the individual board members have received is that people aren't clear who to go to when they have a concern or a complaint. We do actually have a policy in place. Policy number 4220, complaints regarding staff or programs. It's not been updated since 2008. WASDA's actually not updated this since 2011. So we've been out of date for some time. Proposed changes bring it in line with WASDA model policy, and hopefully also by bringing it before the board now provide some clarity on the process for staff and community. You can see there is not a whole lot of changes to the policy. There are some changes to the accompanying procedure, also based on WASDA's model. Happy to answer questions.
I'm reading through this. I will just say that I generally don't have any feeling about language in these model policies. I've got a little hung up on the sentence around having confidence in our staff and programs and also protecting against unwarranted criticism. For me, when I hit protect, it just feels super paternalistic, and I'm curious if there's, if anyone else felt that way, or if there's a way to frame what we're talking about in a way that doesn't seem so black and white. Did anybody else snag on that? I did, and I don't have to hold up the policy on it, but I was just curious in terms of wordsmithing. It felt a little, gosh, I don't know. It just caught me as like a weird word to use in that context. But I know other people review these model policies in other places. It could just be an Amber Baker issue, but I'm curious if anyone else had
It didn't jump out at me, but a lot of things don't, so.
Would shield be a better word, or can you think of another? Are you getting any synonyms, Jake?
No, not yet. Looking.
Okay.
I mean, I really do understand. I think the intent is we want to hear feedback and constructive criticism, and sometimes there's unwarranted criticism. But I do feel like that's also vague, and I just was curious, like how we.
I have too many recent examples that I could share.
I mean, this is why I'm also asking. Like, I don't want it to sound like it's like, well, we're gonna protect our staff no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This has been a hard month as a school board member. I'll just say that out loud, but it did snag me.
Maybe address unwarranted criticism. We can continue to look at it.
We don't have to wordsmith right this second.
Yeah.
This is the time to raise the thing, so I'm just raising the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel a need to solve it at this moment, but if anyone has like a beautiful word epiphany,
Okay, awesome.
please share.
Let me know.
Thank you.
Okay. That will take us to the last first read, which is revised board policy number 5270, resolution of staff complaints. This is really companion to 4220, as the board knows. 4,000s are really about one group of people, and 5,000s are about a different group of people. So this one also has not been updated since 2008. It was actually updated in 2015, so a little bit more recently than the other one. Proposed changes would bring it in line with WASDA model policy, provides clarity on the process for staff and community. And again, it is, as most policies are, really just sets the tone, and then the procedures detail the process that folks follow. Happy to answer questions on that one as well.
For these sorts of policies, as part of the procedure, will there be kind of like a flow chart, sort of, resolving complaints, like who they go to or who someone goes to? I guess that's might have been kind of going back to the other one, but for the procedure part of it.
It's not a flow chart, it's written as a procedure, so it is gonna look similar to this in that it's got step-by-step instructions. If that's something that the board is interested in, we can develop one.
I'm a flow chart kind of gal. I like it laid out in a diagram. It helps. I don't know, maybe feels like it might be helpful for actually having a step for people to see where to go.
All right, so with that, we do have executive session tonight.
Have the sheet.
It's all right, Danny.
So I would encourage us to consider a 5-minute recess before my bladder explodes. But this evening, we do have need for executive session to review performance of employees. I'm going to request 30 minutes, returning at 8:55.
I move that we go into executive session for the stated purpose for 30 minutes after a 5-minute recess, returning at 8:55 p.m.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same call. Motion carries. I was getting a little teary there for a second. not going.
Yeah, I know.
And then you guys can tell me if I'm crazy.
I wanna thank you both for your discourse and your comments. It is awesome to watch you guys work together as a board. Seriously, because it's real.
It is real.
I've sat in so many boardrooms where it's covered or it's not like real to hear people's perspectives and mature and just appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
And the change, you can't change without changing.
Dynamite. You get quoted for some of your comments here.
That was one of right now.
You retired. Put that on your plaque.
Well, just appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. It's saving for tomorrow.
See ya at 4.
My 5-minute piece.
Yeah, go. We'll wait.
Okay, I put my form in my purse. I'm gonna give it to you before I leave.
No problem. It's just for that one anti-government meeting I listed on the last round.
I know, so I'm just saying out loud that
Yep.
I'm gonna give it to you and not
Got
walk
it.
out with it.
Melissa caught that one, thanks to her. She's like, there was a special meeting of. Oh, that's right, that's right. Okay. Do you need anything else before you go in? No, I don't think so. Okay. One's decaf, one's not.
I see that, thank you.
I'm impressed that you can drink regular. It's kind of great. And still go to sleep.
That's impressive.
Need a couple IPAs tonight, sir.
Cutting back.
Kayla, was that coffee still hot?
Yeah, it's not too bad, actually. It's warm.
The last thing I need was more coffee, but let's do it.
Yeah, until midnight.
Exactly.
I went with the decaf, if I can warm.
Oh.
Maybe help with sleeping.
Maybe I am. Nope, I'm not.
What time are you up in the morning to get to?
Oh, and I think the alarm like 5. It's not bad. I mean, I work at my house, so
You have a home office there, or you work out of? Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
well, I mean, it's on the property. But yeah, it's not super early. Like my wife and daughter get up like 3:45. Yeah, that's no.
Does she go to work?
Well, my daughter's rowing in the morning,
Oh, yeah.
so she has to be at the clubhouse by like 5. And my wife just gets up with her just to help her. Yeah. If I'm not hunting, that's a no-go time frame for me. But hunting, I'll get up for
There you
that.
go. That's how I am with golf.
Okay, I'm gonna double check that all their microphones are off, so we don't inadvertently pick something up.
All right, we are still in executive session. We're going to take another 15 minutes, so we'll be out at 9:10. Thank you. Okay, we are out of executive session. There was no action taken, and this meeting is adjourned. Only 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's nothing. We're gonna set some records. Oh yeah, that's Mr. Whatever.
Yeah, Pache, apparently I totally mispronounced his name.
Yeah, you did.
Sorry about that, buddy.
He was cordial in correction, but he emphasized it.